when there was just one speaker.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look back later.
Trevor's gonna have me record today, so that because he's not sure he has enough room for the recording. So just to let everybody know.
Okay. Thank you, Mandy. If I use the microphone, does that change anything for folks online?
I think it sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you pretty good here too. I didn't know if it made a difference, but it sounds good what you're doing right now.
And then how does it sound if I'm not using the microphone?
I didn't notice a difference right there, but it sounds good.
Perfect. All right. Well, I think we have microphones today. Thank you for your patience as we're the fun part about roadmap and roundtable is we show up in a new place and get to learn the quirks of a new place. Everybody's around. Yeah, the table's around. We've got that as a consistent. So welcome. If for whatever reason, just a couple logistical things. Right now we still have the kitchen window open just a little bit. There's some buzzing that's happened. So Lynn or Bill or Brody, if that's bothering you, will you let us know and we can move some of the stuff off and shut it completely. But if it's okay, we'll leave it for now. Again, thanks for your patience with the coffee and tea. We tripped a breaker this morning, so it should be ready. Whoever sees the yellow light first, just let us, the rest of us in the room know. That means it's ready. And we'll take a break and get you all your caffeine, okay? All right. We are gonna record. We have what, about 15 or so folks in the room. Jeff, how many folks do we have online?
Well, last I checked, it was about 26. Let me see where we're at. 33.
Okay, great. So because we just have a smaller group, let's just do a quick round of introductions. I'll set some context and we'll just do a quick introduction. And part of that is we have a new roundtable member joining us, Lynn Crocker from Curry County. So I just wanted to be able to get you introduced. Thank you, Mandy. So let's go ahead and start our May 15th roundtable meeting. Welcome, I'm Bobby Cochran with Oregon Consensus. We've been meeting since November. And so we have this meeting and a June meeting. And then we'll take a break over summer and come back next fall. Today's objective is really to look at the kind of discussion concept that DLCD had sent out in advance. If folks didn't get a chance to look at that, now's a really good time to cram. There are paper copies at the back with Sophia, and we can get those handed out, but feel free to grab a paper copy. If you're online, it went out in the meeting materials. It's on the DLCD website. I would encourage you to take a look. If you really got to cram, look at the table of contents. The headline should tell you what's in there. But this is just a discussion concept. Jeff will walk us through it and give you more what it is and isn't. But if you're finding yourself looking at that discussion concept and saying, oh, I love this, great. Tell us exactly why. That's part of today. If you're looking at it and say, oh, I'm really disappointed in this, now's your opportunity to say exactly why and what should be done to fix that. That question of what should be done, fix it, any of those kinds of things are going to be a constant kind of question that happens over the next couple of months. I think the other thing, and we've been getting this at various forms of feedback. We heard it at the public meeting last night that the LCD held down at the high school. We've been getting some of the initial feedback that and we're going to talk about this today. You'll see in the discussion concept that there are scenarios, right? There's a future where there are turbines on the Oregon Ocean and there are no regrets. There's a scenario where we've developed a supply chain business line, but there are no turbines on the Oregon Ocean and there are no regrets, and a couple of options in between. That tension is going to be a dance that we're going to be playing with, and I don't think we're going to resolve it today, but just know that that's there, and at least for me, as I'm watching, this is one of the singular hardest things to work on in this roadmap. It's kind of figuring out how we can define pathways to different futures that we're not sure about, and have each of those pathways feel as clear as possible. So let's just go ahead and just do a quick round of introduction. You just kind of say a name and affiliation. We'll do that with roundtable members. And just because we have 33 people online, I'm thinking, Jeff, if folks just want to do that in chat, and then maybe Jeff, you can just kind of read out a sample of some of the folks online. And I'll start, Ann, can I start with you, and then we'll go around this way.
Sure, I'm Ann Delisis, and I'm here today representing the County Access Audubon Society, which is Curry County's locally based conservation. I'm Dr. Michelle Rio. I'm with Common Ground and live here in Curry County. Here's a member of the public.
Hi, everyone, Randy, James Boro. I'm with Blue Green Alliance here from Portland.
I'm Robert Westerman. I represent the electricians along the Oregon coast from Lincoln City to the California border. International Brother Electricals is what we
Julia DeGraw, she, her pronouns. I am the senior West Coast campaign manager on the offshore wind team for National Wildlife Federation, and I'm based in Portland.
Hi, I'm Scott McMullen. I'm with the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee. I live in Astoria. I represent the fishermen student.
I'm Mike Graybill. I'm a clam digger from Charleston.
I'm Bill Gorham, I'm a Brookings resident.
My name is Lynn Coker. I represent Curry County, a recent appointee as commissioner there. Thank you.
My name is Brody McLaughlin. I'm a master's student at Oregon State University, interning with the People City for that.
John Bragg from Coos Bay. I'm retired, and I came into the roundtable as a public representative, and I try to talk about what's going on when I meet people out there in the public who seem interested.
We're Domsky in the South Coast Regional Red for the LCC. I'm with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Natalia Smanatka, Department of State Lands.
Cynthia Smith with DLCD.
Morning, Jeff Burright, DLCD. I'm the Offshore Wind Roadmap Coordinator.
And Jeff, you want to just give us a smattering of some of the folks we have online?
Sure.
Yeah, all of them.
All right, so online we have some other DLCD members who are gonna help us when we get to breakouts today. We have Andy Lanier and Brett Estes. We have Annie McNabb as well. James, who else? Probably missing some. We have Laura Pullman from Parks and Rec Department, Saber Comet, who is with the South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve. Carrie Silva from Charleston, one of our roundtable members representing the fishing community. Carlin Yallop from CRITFIC, the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. Rachel, Lucine from Blue Green Alliance as well. Yvonne Fish from Federal BIA, Portland, Oregon. We have a renewable energy coordinator and tribal citizen from Ottawa, Demi, Jalen Estela. We have Karina Nielsen from Oregon Sea Grant, one of our roundtable members. Don Barlow, OSU Marine Mammal Institute. Susan Chambers, from the West Coast Seafood Processors Association, one of our roundtable members. David Petrie, Indigenous Elder Ocean Winds Chairman. We have Turner from Oregon Consensus, Michael Kanowski, Joe Liebezeit as well, Nate Stokes, Kate Sullivan, anthropologist from CSU Los Angeles, Ocean Governance, Annie Merrill from Ocean Shores Conservation Coalition, one of our roundtable members, Jenny Jones, member resident, and Caitlin Barnes, one of our roundtable members, from Stantec Consulting, marine scientist, shore permitting specialist. Katrina Thompson from Northwest American Indian Coalition, and one of our roundtable members. So pretty good attendance today.
Nice. And I'll finish introductions here in the room, but Trevor and Turner, how was that audio as we went around and did introductions with one speaker at a time?
I thought it sounded good on my end.
Yeah, as long as there's just one person talking, it comes in nice and clearly. If other people are talking in the room, the mic gets distracted.
Okay. And for folks in the room, how's the audio and visual sounding pretty well? Okay, perfect. So we'll leave the mics off to the side. Just know that generally when we take breaks and other things, we'll try and stop the recording and mute, but plan for hot mics. Right? So just know that Owl can find you just about anywhere. So go ahead and finish off introductions, Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, Rod Taylor, Coos County Commissioner.
Did you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm just a public person that lives here and I wasn't even aware they were having the meeting last night and I was gonna try to submit some questions to whoever.
Yeah.
And, try to get more information on what the status of these windmills are out here, these wind turbines.
Yeah.
So
What's your name?
Beverly.
We're glad you're here. And so just as we get ready to go, for Beverly and Michelle or other public members that we have here. If you notice, the roundtable has been meeting since November. And so today's conversation is a lot about conversation among roundtable members, really pushing each other with diverse viewpoints towards kind of suggestions around what the roadmap should be. Last night and other venues are designed for a lot more public engagement. So as today, we'll have 2 public comment periods for you and for other public members that are on the phone. You're welcome to observe any of the processes. So we might not get to all of the questions that you might have today.
Can I just submit them then?
Totally, we're gonna show you how to do
Okay.
that, no problem. And Jeff and I and any of the DLCD staff are around at break time and more than happy to talk. And the roundtable members too are really happy to
I'm a
chat.
little, I know of Bowen, but I don't know what the deal is. Could you explain what that is? Just a short version. What is your?
Yeah, is it okay if I just give the quick short version of that? Yeah. So Department of Land Conservation and Development is the state kind of land use agency. So the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management was the federal entity that was in charge of the leasing. The state looks after, or DLC is one of the agencies that looks after the state's interests around offshore.
Okay.
So just knowing that, Jeff, as you give the context for kind of what the roadmap is or it's not, or what this document is. You can
Sure. Yeah.
All right. And so just as a reminder for overall kind of ground rules on how we're working together today. You guys are working together great, just keep it up. But you might see me at certain points just kind of reminding us of the WAIT kind of acronym, which is for like extroverts like me who talk too much. Why am I talking? Just kind of asking yourself, are you leaving enough space for others to step in? And then for us introverts in the room, it's why am I not talking? Is you've got a lot of important information to share. If you're not feeling like you can offer that in the group setting or something's going on where you just need more time to process it, please grab one of us off to the side and let us know that, just so we can make sure that we're hearing from everybody and all the value you guys bring. All right, agenda overview, if you could show the slides and share them, and then I see you Quay and Delia. And I'll kind of go through the agenda today. Yes, please.
Can somebody with the like, the coffee yellow?
Oh, yeah,
Is it?
it's yellow.
Still orange to me.
Hot water is yellow.
There.
Coffee is now.
Thank you.
You might just need to slap us a little bit, wake us up.
I mean, I'm trying to be a little extra smiley this like. All right, I promise you, I will keep an eye on that, and Bill. Can I ask you to help be my helper to just kind of glance over there and look?
I gotta tell what colors?
Oh,
I can look. I can.
Julie's got a line of sight.
Very excited.
Fair enough, that was an unfair question. I know, we're asking a lot of you already this morning. Did you have a copy question too?
Copy.
Yeah, no. All right.
People run.
Agenda overview. Jeff's gonna walk us through what the discussion concept looks like, what's in it, what it is, what it's not, why it was in there. You should see what some of the comments that you've offered since November in there. Asking for grace and forgiveness, there was a lot of various comments coming in a lot of various directions. If we missed it, just tell us again, and we're really sorry you have to tell us again. But we'll walk through that. We're gonna have some full group discussions about some of the sections, and we're gonna have breakout conversations about some of the sections. But by the end of today, hopefully we'll have walked through almost all of that document to just kind of check in and see where things are going, and then we can pick up those conversations again in June when we get to once. Any kind of adjustments to the agenda, questions on the overall agenda? We'll get you breaks, we'll get you lunch, get you out of here, 5 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, I'll hand it to you, and it's a long day and we got good stuff to go through.
It's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I'm looking. Yeah.
Alright, here's the thing, is Jeff, you're gonna be coaching us for quite a bit here as we go through the document. I am going to stand right there. And
The power aid is what else we use.
Don't block the yellow light while you stand.
And the smart ass remarks on coffee, why don't we have like 3 more of those?
All right, let's see. Just thinking here, turn on my video. Really want to see it. Here you go. Hi, everyone. All right, so I want to start with just some updates. You know, we met a month ago, and it was a virtual meeting mid-April where our focus was on the wavy waypoint diagrams, if you remember, where we tried to take the exercise from November where we looked at different alternative futures that Bobby was talking about, and not only tried to describe the characteristics of what those futures look like and why those futures look the way they do, but then also looking at the waypoints that get us to those futures, and then trying to turn that into a visual that can be kind of a summary level of what the roadmap itself is trying to do, which is what are the necessary steps along the way to these different futures, and hopefully we'll find ways in which, like, what those futures have in common. So that was April. And then since then, a lot of the work that I've been doing, the DLCD has been doing, was generating this draft that you all have access to now. I planned for it to be a 10-pager, but it's 45 pages, so this will be it. There's also been preparation for our ongoing conversations with the Oregon federally recognized tribes as a parallel conversation to what we're all doing here. And if you look in the document, you'll notice there is a section dedicated to that objective area from the House bill that originated this roadmap. And there's not much there yet, because we still want to have some of those conversations off to the side. But I have prepared, it's 25 pages, some initial information for those conversations that I hope will pretty soon we'll be bringing back into the body of the document. So there was a fair amount of prep for that. We have held 2 public meetings since we last met. We had a public meeting in Seaside, April 24th. We had about 15 people who attended that, mostly just to learn. I think some of them were surprised to realize that offshore wind can affect the North Coast equally to the South Coast. I think there's been an impression that this is mostly a South Coast issue, but it's really all Oregon. And so was able to share information about the work that we're all doing, and where we are with offshore. So I've also been working on keeping our working groups going. I've gotten so far as our community benefit and enforceable agreements working group has a meeting scheduled for the 30th of this month. And we're arranging a panel of experts to help us kind of fill in some of the gaps of the conversation where we are now. in hopes that that group can emerge with a recommendation similar to the spatial planning working group that can then fold into the main body of the document. We also have the research agenda and coordination working group. I have not yet scheduled another meeting. Sorry, it's been busy. But I plan to here very soon. However, there was an update during the last OPAC meeting, Ocean Policy Advisory Council, from Karina Nielsen about where they are on their end. They have a Science and Technical Advisory Committee that is building a research agenda for Oregon. And the thoughts of how their effort is going to coordinate with the roadmap and visual work. There are still things happening, we just haven't got back together. And then I've been working on planning fisheries engagement to, again, flesh out what you might find in the document. It's still pretty sparse, because we haven't really dove into that conversation about how the roadmap can address the interests and needs of the fishing, what insurance policy needs that are. I'm coordinating with the commodity commissions for the different fisheries in Oregon. I've also reached out to the PFMC. I can never remember what the acronym is, but the Pacific Fisheries Management Committee. Seeing if I might be able to get down to California in June and have an informal, it's like after hours, get people in a room. But if that doesn't happen, there will be other things I'm pursuing. So just trying to get more information. So busy month, and more to come. So now let's talk about what we're here mostly to talk about. I'm very proud of this animated GIF that I made. It's conceptually what I'm trying to communicate this document is, what it isn't. We're starting from the like very low resolution, like there are 30 pixels. That's the document version you see now. And then as we get more feedback from you, conversation of what's missing, what's not, we're hoping to bring this document more into focus and more into alignment with what we all want to see in it. So the discussion concept that we're here to talk about today represents this high-level compilation of the 6 months of conversation that we've all had so far. And as Bobby said, I'm sure I missed things, where there are things that are intended to go in as the draft continues to come together, but just haven't gotten there yet. I think another thing that I'm hoping for out of the conversation today is to look at the organization of the document. It's a little bit different from the outline that we all looked at back in November and December, in that there's some reorganization around the House Bill 4080 topic areas as we get into the strategies and actions. See if that works for you all. There's also a new section where we talk about these alternative futures and some basic principles of responsible decision making and some characteristics of a path to development that is viable or that provides clarity. I'm curious how you all thought about that or think about that as you look into it. This document is also trying on some strategies and actions. And I'm following the format of some other state roadmaps, the main offshore wind roadmap, notably, where they broke it out into strategies. So these basic high-level topic areas of things that we want to accomplish, and then identified specific actions within that. And I'm trying to make a connection between that wavy waypoint diagram and the dots that we have, those waypoints, and turning those into actions that can be put into not only how do we make good use of the next 4 years, where realistically, we don't expect any leasing to occur, and for your benefit, leasing of offshore wind did not happen last year. And under the new federal administration, there's been an executive memo saying that there will not be leasing of the outer continental shelf federal waters for offshore wind during this administration. However, because our Oregon legislature said we would like to have a roadmap for offshore wind that defines standards that we as a state want to have for ourselves for offshore wind, but then also identifies what those strategic opportunities are, things that we can do That's what we're trying to do with the roadmap now and why we're still here talking about it. So the section 5 of the document is trying to take the conversations we've had so far and identify specific actions. And again, I'm sure I've missed some. There may be some that are worthy of some debate. So I'm hoping that'll emerge out of our conversation. Again, collecting feedback on what's missing. If there's key information that you really want to see in the document, I think that's good feedback for today as well. And out of all of this, I'm going to take the feedback that we received today. And after the meeting, I don't expect this to be a one-shot deal. We'll have an opportunity for you to provide some written feedback to us. And I'll take that and make a next iteration that is a little bit finer resolution before then taking it through the summer and really doing a deeper research dive, turning this 45 pager into who knows how bigger. So that's what we're after today. And like I said, go ahead.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
It's ready.
All right, so people in the room are gonna be.
Help yourself in an orderly fashion.
Yeah, but I'm gonna keep talking.
Yeah, keep going.
All right. Go ahead, Cindy.
Were we gonna provide the public with how they can submit comments? I don't know, because I don't practice it, we don't do their own.
Sure, yeah, so thank you for that. So we are gonna have some public comment opportunities. We're gonna have one before lunch today and then one before the end of the day. If you just wanna talk to us, straight here in the meeting. We also have an email address that is straight to me and our agency. And that's a way you can ask questions, make a comment. We also have a question box where if you take a picture of that QR code, it'll take you there and you can submit a question. Those are ways you can reach out. You can also just Google Oregon Offshore Wind Roadmap and you'll find my contact information. Reach out to me. And I'm happy to chat.
And particularly to Beverly, Michelle, since it's just the two of you as well, ways offered if you all want to just step outside and just have a conversation to make sure you get your needs met too. Ways offered to do that.
Yeah. So we're meeting as Roundtable here today and then again next month. Next month, I think the plan is to have a next level resolution of the document. That might be kind of a tight turnaround. But also take the opportunity to pick up some of those unfinished conversations or conversations that we know we need to have to give me some direction for how to move the document forward. And then I'm going to spend the summer completing the section 1 introduction with a lot of the context setting and basic research and just describing the regulatory landscape, where we are with the science, where the market's at, all that stuff. And then the strategies and actions in the document, some of them are just headings at this point. So there's a lot of work to do to put in some narrative of what they're for, what success looks like in those. Cynthia's been working on our enforceable policy assessment and also an agency capacity assessment. And so the intent is that we'd have drafts of that ready to put into the document. So that can be viewed as well. That research agenda that the OPAC Science and Technical Advisory Committee is working on, I'm hoping that by the fall, there will be an early version of that can be integrated into our document so that we can start to interact with the research agenda work that they're doing and let that be a conversation between us. And then we have our couple of working groups that are still going. And those will probably go, I would imagine they'll probably keep going through the summer for those who can make it. I'm gonna try to get another research agenda meeting in June. But working towards some recommendations that can go in the document there as well around those topics. I'll be doing some engagement work with fishing communities and using that information to build out that section of the document, as well as working with tribes and having that engagement inform the tribal interest piece of the document. And then I'll just be doing a lot of independent research, cross-checking against the actions that other states thought they could do and see which ones feel appropriate for Oregon based on where we're at. So that we can make sure we're not leaving any low-hanging fruit. And then trying to address those conversations separately. If y'all are ready, I'm gonna give you the guided tour of what's in the document for those who are all busy. Maybe have not had time to read it. I'm just gonna give you that overview before we get into our breakouts and talk about it more. So feel free to pull up your own copy, follow along as I talk. Section 1 is this background and introduction. And pardon me. Okay. So section 1 is the background and introduction, where we're going to be talking about what the roadmap's purpose is. And I pulled a quote here that is in the draft trying to describe that, you know, again, the roadmap is not the place where we are deciding whether offshore wind happens for Oregon. We are trying to create a framework for a future of Oregon that could include offshore wind and what that might look like in order to do it right. And that could include policy recommendations in the roadmap, identify and recommend actions the state could take, and then clear expectations and waypoints along the path that gets us to responsible offshore wind development.
Jeff, is there opportunity to ask questions relative to the slides you present?
Yes.
First question, about your background and purpose. I read there that about midstream, it says, and clear expectations and waypoints along the path to responsible offshore wind development for Oregon. What if the path we conclude is no wind development for Oregon? How is that accounted for in the purposes? Or is it automatic to presume that nothing like a thumbs down to the venture will be allowed?
I think that's a good conversation to have when we get into the future scenarios, because
No, I don't agree. I think it needs to, we need to understand the purpose. If you're committed, if you're committed to a wind turbine development enterprise in Oregon, we need to understand that. And I'm just asking for clarification. I don't need much.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Lynn, I think there's two parts of the agenda. So Jeff had mentioned we have a spot this afternoon where we are talking, or actually, sorry, sections 1 and 2, we're talking about those scenarios. And so throughout this idea of exit ramps, which is an idea of a pause or potentially a thumbs down, there's other ways to do that. So Jeff, I think you're walking through like what the purpose and intent of the content is, and then we have things chunked out to discuss what should be in there a little bit.
So should I leave this point where I'm asking a specific question, presuming then that you are committed to exactly what you allowed to appear on the slide and nothing else, that you are committed to defining the way we're going to acceptably enter the development industry for wind turbines off the coast? Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to find out who I'm working with.
Well, and what I'm saying is hold, let Jeff go through the orientation to the document. And the discussion on section 1 and 2 is coming up real quick. So hold that thought, hold the question. We're gonna come back to it in a little bit.
I choose not to, but I accept that I don't run this meeting. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We have multiple scenarios. One leads with no wind, one identifies a path that leads to wind. And what we're trying to do is identify what that path to responsible offshore wind development could be. And if that path is not attainable, that's when we would say, well, there's not enough offshore. But we are asking ourselves, we are challenging ourselves to see if we can identify what that path might look like. And then the question of whether that path is walkable and whether we choose to walk that path is not a decision that the roadmap itself is trying to make. So that's how I would try to answer that question. We have a topic later to discuss that as a group.
Thanks for your consideration.
And Jeff, that opened up a couple questions online that I see too. I do kind of want you to get us through the orientation.
Yeah.
So Rick and Jason, are you engaging on the content of what the purpose and background should be? Because I'd like you to hold that. Or is there a question on just the clarification of what the purpose of the section is?
I'm not sure. And if my question will be answered later, I'm happy to have that. So.
Or go ahead and ask it so we know what's
Yeah.
on your. And
So I guess Jeff, I heard you say there's going to be a enforceable policy analysis that will be incorporated. Will there be specific enforceable or recommendations for enforceable standards in the roadmap? Or is it more general and then DLCD will consider that? Kind of what, as far as if we identify a gap that we need to fill, how, as far as an enforceable standard, how will that be addressed in the roadmap? And again, if this is addressed later, I'm happy to defer.
I think it's a good question. We'll probably talk about it later, but I can give you the short answer from my perspective. We have worked to identify where policy gaps might exist. So we can describe how we see that gap and what its effect might be to the state with regards to offshore wind. What we can't do is presume the outcome of a formal rulemaking effort. And so we can't say, we're going to change a standard from this to that, because we can't know the outcome in the roadmap. What we could potentially do is say, we see a gap when it relates to, for example, our viewshed standards in the state and whether they should be updated for the height of an offshore wind project. And that may include consideration of what the specific standards are. And the mechanism through which we would do that is by amending Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan. And we probably have to cut it off there because we can't say what the outcome would be. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I just think it's important that if we identify there's a gap that may need a new enforceable standard policy that's identified in the document.
Yeah, that's section 5, right? That's where those recommendations. So 4 is the gaps, but how they could be filled.
I guess I would say it still is in section 4, but we can get there.
Okay, all right. But I think the role of the roundtable is advisory to DLCD. So I think if you all as a group have recommendations that you would like to see in there, by all means, provide them.
Yes.
And then Jeff, what you're saying is there may be a line that DLCD needs to discover, but that shouldn't restrain the group from saying what it needs.
Yeah.
Jason, and then I do want to keep us moving here so that we can actually get into the conversation on the content.
Yep, just a quick, I guess, context and clarification on this purpose and the question I heard. I don't have that slide in front of me like you all do, but I would say, you could mince words and get into wordsmithing, but just zooming out, there's no guarantee any project that I've kind of been aware of, whether it's, even a gas plant or a solar plant or anything, right? They all have development challenges and market forces play a key role in some of those, especially emerging technologies like offshore wind. So I don't think there's any guarantee that any kind of energy project gets developed across the board, let alone offshore wind. If people have been tracking this for the few years that it's been on my radar, the challenges are myriad, right? And so you really have to kind of run a gauntlet, so to speak, to get it up, absent some kind of, I guess maybe that was the point of the question I heard, some, ironclad bona fide commitment, like this is going to get done one way or another, right? Like economics be damned, right? We're just going to keep running our head into the wall until we get some turbines built. Like absent a commitment like that, and a need that would warrant that kind of commitment, there's just open-ended questions about all this stuff. So, along a path to the potential development of offshore wind would be a simple fix there. All right, that's all. Hopefully that's helpful. Thanks.
And
Yeah.
the content of it. We're gonna get us through this and then we can go on to the content of those little points. All right, Jeff, take us away.
All right. Section 2 has some new ideas, but they're built off of the conversations that we've been hearing here and the conversations that we teed up over several months. So section 2.1, I documented what could be some principles for responsible offshore wind decision making. And these are ones that we're gonna have a breakout on later, so if you just let me describe these and then we'll have the opportunity to discuss them later. But what I captured was that principles would include that a decision would be based on the best available science with forward-looking plans to manage uncertainty and risk. And if you recall, back in January, we talked about some various tools and methods that we use, such as the precautionary principle, adaptive management, and the mitigation hierarchy that's built into our Oregon policy and standards already. We've talked a lot in this group about the importance of clear and enforceable accountability measures that would apply after a project might go in the water, but that would be negotiated before that happens, when the state still has its leverage on the process, as well as memorialized agreements with affected communities to provide assurances not only that standards will be upheld, but that interests are preserved and that balance or the benefits balance with costs. And there's maybe some policy gap opportunity there when we talk about this net balance of benefits and costs. That responsible decision-making recognizes and incorporates tribal sovereignty, treaty rights, cultural and resource interests, consultation obligations, and the importance of free, prior, and informed consent. That decisions should be based on sufficient information to demonstrate consistency with Oregon's policies, and that's kind of our legal leverage. That it embodies statewide planning goal 1, citizen involvement, which calls for the opportunity for citizens to be involved in all phases of planning process. That it considers and integrates all phases of offshore wind development, and this came from before our roadmap even started in the informal conversation that preceded it, thinking about the entire life cycle throughout from the beginning. And then we've also talked here that a decision should consider all aspects of offshore wind development as an interdependent system. And that includes shoreside effects of port infrastructure development and transmission needs, social and economic considerations, workforce development, and what kinds of community support services might be needed. So those were some starter principles, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what's missing and what we need to talk about next. Go ahead, Julia.
Clarification, will these slides be posted on the website?
Yes, they will be.
Great, thank you.
And these are also just pulled from the document itself.
Right.
So, the next one, this comes from the focus group conversation that I had with the offshore wind industry folks who were able to talk to me, and the conference from back in February related to it. The research that's out there related to the offshore wind industry and market, and trying to understand, and also the conversation that we had back in December as a roundtable around what are the needs of a path to development if it is to move forward. And this is kind of in addition to the questions that need to be answered around environmental, social, economic effects.
Jeff, I'm following along with the printout I have, and your 2.2 that your heading for 2.2 on the screen is not the same as my heading for 2.2 on my page.
Yes, good catch. I would defer to what's on the page. I was trying to just save some room in slides, so forgive me.
I just saw people flipping pages and it's just like, okay, where are we here?
I got it. Seeing a question from Dean in the chat room. Hold on for a moment. what does the decision-making process on offshore wind look like after the roadmap is completed? I use legislation required, is there one agency in charge of permitting? Those are great questions, Dean. That would be part of, as I'm building out section 1 of the document, there would be a description of what the decision-making process looks like and who all is involved. I've also added a section to the document down later on where we talk about permitting process improvement ideas. So I guess there will be a couple of places we talk about that, but it's not here yet.
You know that answer yet, actually? I'm kind of curious.
You know, I could probably riff on it and cobble it together, but it'd be better if I wrote it down. But yeah. There is a process and we have our part, federal agencies have their part, local jurisdictions have their part. And, you know, they kind of interweave at different points in the process. So the main points that I captured here, and I'm looking for feedback on this as well, of what works and what's missing. But that regulatory certainty is something that the industry desires in order to feel like their risk is managed, to want to pursue offshore wind in Oregon, including clear information expectations from the state, what mitigation measures might be acceptable. And then the community agreements can improve regulatory certainty because they are a way to address concerns about the facts related to our policies. That market signals are an important concept here, and Jason made the point earlier that, you know, the economics are an important factor to all of this, both for developers and for the state and for ratepayers and citizens. And that from the industry point of view, what they've communicated is they might need to see certain market signals that this is, excuse me, viable and wanted in the state before they're going to be investing in trying to run the gauntlet in Oregon. Because it's a long lead investment, there is a lot of risk involved. That shoreside infrastructure and port development is a necessary piece of all of this, and that there would likely be a need for some sort of shoreside development to support the industry. But that development would also need to be consistent with state and local policies.
Jeff, is this where you want comments, or are we gonna break out and do the deep dive for comments later?
We're gonna break out later. Careful and informed siting can identify suitable areas to reduce impacts, costs, and enhance the feasibility of projects. And that this must be both offshore and onshore when we're doing this careful siting. The regional cooperation with Washington and California can enhance not only the efficiency of the overall system, including supply chain opportunities, but also the port needs and also the research. There's an opportunity there. And that state investment may be necessary in communities for their infrastructure or their social support, in research, that especially if federal funding is decreasing for offshore wind, might there be a need for state, nonprofit, other sources of investment to continue research and infrastructure to support an industry that's consistent with Oregon interests. Also in section 2 of the document are these alternative futures. And we tried to, and again, this is high level stuff. There's a lot more to talk about and flesh out in the document. So what you're going to see are the high points. And what's on the screen here is even a summary of what we'll find in the document. But what I tried to do was describe the basic sense of what this future is, what some signs of success are around that future, and then some considerations of like what might be obstacles to that future or what might be some of the trade-offs of that future relative to the other paths. So path 1 is that we're in host and offshore wind industry, meaning both onshore and offshore, with the assumption that there be at least one array off the coast of Oregon with port and transmission upgrades, and that West Coast development of offshore wind overall has a consideration of the cumulative limits of what the California current ecosystem and the ocean environment can carry. But that public investments may be required to address. Path 2 is similar to the path the state of Washington is taking right now, where they have said, at this time, we're not interested in offshore wind turbines. However, we would like to participate in the support industry around offshore wind, the supply chain opportunities, using the ports that they already have. That if Oregon were to try to pursue that path, there may be some opportunities for investment in supply chain opportunities along the coast or on the Columbia River. That there may be even opportunity to do some transmission upgrades that serve two purposes that could improve the energy future of Oregon with or without turbines, and also be like an opportunity where if you had turbines, you'd be one step closer to being able to connect them into your system. That's something I want to research a little bit more. And so what path 2 potentially offers is the opportunity to benefit from the economic opportunities without the associated development offshore. And unclear whether there would be shoreside facilities for California projects. But one of the considerations is that it's really unclear at this point. You know, California is investing in its own industry and investing in its own opportunities. And Washington has already kind of put their chips on the table to say, we have the facilities, we want to participate. And at this point, it's really unclear how much opportunity there is for Oregon to have a supply chain opportunity if we are not so pursuing turbines off of Oregon. And so there's some vagueness sort of out. Path 3 could be a pilot scheme offshore wind project. Start small, give Oregonians an opportunity to look at a smaller scale project, test new technology, work through our permitting processes at a smaller scale. Also recognizing that our Oregon Territorial Sea Plan policy sets a preference for pilot projects when there are unknowns about environmental effects. However, the flip side of this is that what I've heard from the industry is that anything less than a gigawatt in scale carries a lot of extra financial risk for them to where it might not be worth it for them. And so if the state really wants it, the state might have to buy it. And you know, state of Maine did something similar where they set up a research array and got a lease from BOEM with the intent to build a pilot array. That is since, I think it's on pause, just where we are federally. So the industry has raised some concerns about this potential path forward and also raised the point that you may answer some questions about a smaller scale project, but you wouldn't answer the questions you may have about what a larger project's effects might be. And so was questioned whether it's actually giving us what we're looking for. And then the point has been made that if California moves forward with large array scale, they're kind of our de facto pilot. But it depends on the timing, right? Like how long would it take them to get that in place where we would have then enough time to watch it and decide whether the realization of it is something that is fitting for Oregon or not. So this one has a lot of pros and cons to balance. And then path 4 is that there's no offshore wind market participation either in the supply chain piece or in actually hosting turbines off the East Coast. And under this path, Oregon would seek other sources of clean energy to meet its mandates and its targets for clean energy. And this would dovetail with the Oregon energy strategy that's ongoing now, and also just the market. This path would also imply that any potential economic development and jobs from the offshore wind industry would not occur in Oregon, but would happen elsewhere. But that there could still be opportunities to collaborate with Washington and California on establishing regional energy supply markets and working together that way.
Jeff,
So, yes.
is we're assuming that figure 2.2 is gonna change
those are slightly different from what you just.
Yeah, so figure 2.2, and I'm sorry, I don't have it here in front of me, so if you have the document in front of you. Was a pictorial of different scales of development. One was like nothing, and then maybe a pilot. And I think we did something less than, or 2.6 gigawatts or less, which is what the national labs that we could do without doing any utility transmission upgrades. Right. And then there's an even larger one that says, if Oregon were to pursue larger scale development, the amount of change on the shore side for transmission would be larger. And so it's really like 0, pilot, medium, large.
Well, 0 is kind of 0, but with the no offshore but onshore support. Or actually 0 and nothing onshore support, 0 offshore but onshore support, and then a pilot, and then small and large, so
Right.
it's 5.
Yes, and if that's missing from there, that's one of the iterations of it. But also, let's talk about it. Do we have the right scenarios? Is that, oh, right? And we'll have a breakout.
On this one of the questions is, should we even have scenarios?
That is one of the questions we'd like to ask, yeah. And I see Rick's hand.
So just, and just to be clear, so we're gonna talk about scenarios, whether or not we have the right ones in a breakout, is that right?
Correct, yeah, I'm just giving you all the guided tour right now.
Okay, all right.
Oh, actually, I think I want to come back to these. There was a question last night in the public meeting, and these are some slides I've been wanting to show since like January. But I think I'm gonna keep rolling through the document. We'll come back to this when we talk about the scenarios after the breakouts. So section 3, pathways to Oregon's offshore wind energy futures. This is essentially the section where we'd like to include a final version of whatever the waypoint diagram turns out to be. And this is, if we have these different future scenarios, is there one path that we can follow that may either, so the way I'm thinking of it is, well, if we do no offshore wind participation at all, the wavy path maybe stops right at the beginning. But if we're pursuing a supply chain opportunity or pursuing the option that maybe we'll do offshore wind, well, we may follow that path for a while and then have a branch off at some point or stop at some point. And if we go all the way to Oregon hosting offshore wind, well, that's what that path looks like. And so it right now is one path, but I'm hoping that as we develop and converse, it can incorporate all of these different futures that we're talking about. But this is the pathway diagram that we showed you in April. We did get some feedback on that I incorporated for this version. Still looking for feedback if folks want to give some individual feedback on that. We've also had the services of a graphic designer to give us some different concepts because we heard some feedback about, well, graphically, maybe this could be better. I agree. So the diagrams you see in the document are really just placeholders at this point. But with each one, my intent for the next version is to describe each one of the waypoints so that someone can have like a key to what the diagrams mean. And also in this document version, I've included some dilemmas. And we've talked about dilemmas in the past, but this one really is focused on some specific areas, and they're there on the screen. Where as I'm looking at the dots on the line, what phase they're in, and receiving some of the feedback we've gotten so far, there are some questions about how these different waypoints we've described can fit into our ideal version of response path. And some examples are, early on, it was described, we want to know all the effects to the fisheries before we ever get to leasing or siting. But there might be some challenges to that because there's research that hasn't been done and we don't have a project design until after leasing occurs. And so how can we manage that? We've identified, we want to have a research agenda and have work towards fulfilling that research agenda, maybe through a collaborative that includes multiple voices looking at the science together. Well, what happens if there are funding constraints at the federal level? And what funding needs would there be at the state level to support that? And what happens if that doesn't happen? And that includes this idea that we want to see a cumulative assessment. And there's been a call for a programmatic EIS before leasing occurs for Oregon that looks at that cumulative assessment. I had moved that idea of a cumulative assessment into this research agenda piece, thinking that can be something that we are researching. What is the cumulative effect and what are the cumulative limits? But again, that might run into funding constraints. And what does that mean for us if we don't have that completed by the time someone comes back and might want to do leasing? Is that an exit ramp, and how would we accomplish that? Yes.
There's a question about that.
Please.
In the small group leading up to this formal group here, we had a lot of discussion about, you know, at what point we pause the process and what those conditions are that we do. But those were characterized as an opera, which took you to a pause, and then if you can fix it, then you go back on schedule. Exit ramp seems to me like a dead stop. Why was the change from just the terminology from non-operative to an exit?
Bobby, can you confirm? I thought the document from the informal group used the terminology exit.
I don't think it was a conscientious decision one way or the other. I honestly, I don't remember.
Okay, but we've talked about it in this group of thinking about it like pulling into the rest area. I don't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that an exit ramp doesn't. I guess it's just the.
Yeah,
But
but
there's
it's the
some
thing you're
people
waiting
all
for.
along who have wanted to make sure there are some actual exit ramps and not only off ramps. I mean, I know some people in our, going back to the original group have made that case, so I think that's still a question.
And and Jeff, at least in the current concept, whichever term is used, one, y'all can change the term. But the definition being used is, it is as a pause. There's something that requires more consideration prior to getting back onto the path.
Yeah. I'll also offer though that under the formal permitting process, permits can be approved or denied. And if they're denied, it might be because there's not enough information to know what the effects are against policies, or it could be that the effects of a project are inconsistent with policies. And so that would be an actual exit from the process. And there are certain points in the process where that could happen. So I think both exist. And I think that's still to be discussed among us, which one is it at what point, depending on what the topic is.
Well, you know, I'm just thinking of Interstate 5 and certain off ramps, you just leave Interstate 5. But other ones, you stop at the rest area, and you pause and you get back on the highway again. So, you know, they're all exit ramps, but some of them lead to a pause and some of them lead to a departure.
Yeah. And if you think about it in that sense, those exit ramps can be kind of an indication that you are looking at some sort of an alternative future that we did not know about in this planning process. And the idea of considering alternative futures, I think that my just quick perusal of the bullets set out in this document, I think are a good initial step into exploring that. But alternative futures, there may be a wreck on the road up ahead that makes you pull off an exit ramp and have to find a completely different road to get where you're wanting to go. We don't know what alternative futures are or what may trigger them. But in the sense of planning something so huge, something that so affects what everybody loves about the Oregon coast, it becomes incumbent on us to be aware of the fact that the futures may change, and irrevocably so, and that we need to reorient the process altogether. That could happen in 6 months, or 5 years, or 30 years, or it's
Yeah, and Jeff, I'm wondering for today, like identifying those issues that could be an off ramp, exit ramp, pause, whatever. Like, if we can make sure we're complete on those issues, then June might be a good conversation to have, like, what do you do with those issues? So I guess I'm just suggesting today, it's like, we don't need to resolve what our answer should be on each one of those issues, but the sooner we can get the complete set of things to talk about, so, you know, marine impacts, economic impacts, job, you know, all.
I
And we should,
apologize for bringing this down to semantics.
No, this is.
The definition still fits, so I'm good.
The bottom bullet of what is today for early on was that it's to attract a conversation, so thank you.
yeah. Jeff, and go ahead, Bill, and then I want Jeff to keep moving so that we can get into breakdowns. Because we're feeling ready for discussion.
Yeah. At the risk of introducing another term, but I'll just say, the limited experience I have with developers, typically they will go to a point where they say, all right, we now have to go look at everything. And if we don't have all the answers, if we don't have the information we need, if it doesn't make sense, then they don't pass through the gate. That's a hard stop.
Yeah.
They have to go through it, and if they pass, so it's asking all these questions. And then sort of take a box, did you pass the review?
Yeah, and the new waypoint diagrams really think about that gate concept.
Right.
All the dots along the way, we want to have all those in our satchel before we get through this gate.
Right.
And if we're missing one, well, that might be where you pause to see, can we get it or not, so that we're ready to walk through that gate. And if you can't, might wait forever.
Right.
So Bobby, to your point about people being ready, you know, we have breakouts for this morning to talk about sections 1, 2, and 3. But we're gonna talk about section 5 after lunch, rather than me give the guided tour of section 5 now. We'll wait, do that after lunch.
If you could do a 30 to 60 second on 405, just to let folks know what's in those sections generally. That way, when we're talking about 1, 2, and 3, we don't get some, well, what about this, or what about that, and we're not all saying, oh yeah, that's fine, that would be satisfying.
All right, so we'll come back to this later, but I'm gonna give you the fast version. I do wanna show you, well, I can't remember what our section 3 topic is, it's before lunch, right?
Oh, where?
Yeah, I just have general comments before actually breakout session, general about roadmap and structure, so I really want. If we have time,
Yeah,
we can address in the break.
perfect, let's hit that after Jack gets through it real quick, 405.
So we are gonna have an hour together as a group to talk about this section 3.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be talking about the dilemmas. We could probably talk about exits some, but also we're curious what you think about some graphical concepts. We got 3 from our graphic designer of different ways that we could re-envision the wavy diagram. The first one is more of like a river metaphor, and there can be different streams that are running side by side, because one of the comments was that there are some activities like community engagement and outreach, or tribal engagement, or the negotiation of enforceable agreements that might span multiple phases, and how do you represent those ongoing things? So this was one concept here. And again, with the gate concept, thinking about the different phases of a project where you might have an exit if you don't have everything you need in hand. We'd also heard a specific recommendation to think about it like a Gantt chart. And so there was an experiment with what might that look like for different phases. And you can see there are some challenges with fitting words on a screen. Sure, but this is an idea that was pursued.
And Jeff, just also on this, these are intentionally without polish.
Yes.
Right, we
These are
didn't want Emily spending a bunch of time on concepts that we didn't know where to go, so.
Yeah. And then a third version was seen as more of an abstract, and you can see it has kind of a picture in picture, where in the upper corner it shows the multiple phases, but then has a zoom in on a specific phase. And we asked for that one to be expanded and explored a little bit more, just to see what it might look like if you tried to start populating it. And so for the phase 1 piece, siting and planning, there was this idea, well, maybe we bring in some iconography, that we have our waypoints along the way on that path. And then also you can see there there are multiple streams that are parallel to one another to represent that idea of ongoing actions. And we asked for the same to just take it to that next phase as well and see what might that look like for second round. And again, identifying waypoints that aren't sequential. They're not in any particular time order, but they're just the things that you need to have in your section. And Dean, I see your hand was raised. Dean, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Great. I'm doing this on my phone because my audio on my computer is not working for some reason. I raised my hand. I was actually just a test to see if I could see my hand raised. Screen. So, so I don't have any comments.
Okay. Okay, so that's sections 1 through 3, and now I'm going to give the really fast. So section 4 is the policy assessment. We have in there a starter of a gaps table, taking the conversation that we had in February and summarizing that. We've still got more work to do is the of all this. And we're gonna keep working on that. And in section 5 is really the bulk of the document in my mind. And we followed the 7 objectives of the House Bill 4080 topic areas. I threw in a bonus one related to the permitting process, because I know that was one that was in our original outline that people were interested in talking through. But we can see if that is nested or not. But for now, it's 8. And it again is the hierarchy is objective, strategy, action. And each House Bill 4080 topic area is considered to be an objective. And within that, we have some specific themes or areas that we call strategies. And under each one of those is actions. Some of them are more fleshed out than others. There's a lot of work yet to do on this. So really focusing on the heading level is probably going to be the most fruitful to say, do we have the strategies right? Do we have the actions more or less right? Or are we missing that we have?
Are you confined to, I realize you have to address the statutory list.
Yeah.
But are you confined to that?
No. And that's something we can talk about as well as our organization, right?
And what was the logic though, when you were kind of debating back and forth whether to stick with the 4080 elements or do something different?
Boy, can I even remember? We had our outline from November, December that had a lot of different topic areas, things we're all interested in. And as I tried to think about how to fit those, I realized that you could really nest a lot of those under the different 4080 topic areas. And I also had this early on idea of, and you see, I think maybe one of them in the document draft, of like columns of for the topic area of protecting local economies. Here are the actions you can take in the siting phase. Here are the actions you can take in the leasing phase, permitting phase, so that depending on what your interest is, and 4080 is kind of in interest areas. Depending on what your interest is, you can go straight to that section of the document and have a summary of what parts of the waypoint path address that specific interest. And also we could have summaries of what are the policy gaps related to that specific interest. And so allowing people to kind of target their attention.
I just remember the one conversation I had with you about it was, the conversation seemed to fit underneath a lot of those objectives, and so keeping it connected back to legislative intent was kind of nice.
So again, what you'll find in the document, and we'll talk about it this afternoon. Starting from the 4080, identified some strategies, pulling in actions under, and I'm gonna go fast here. So 5.1 was meaningful engagement. 5.2 is coastal and regional communities, which has protecting and sustaining existing local and regional uses of the coastal zone, including fishing, recreation, tourism. Some actions there. Fisheries is a strategy underneath the regional communities. Shoreside development is one that we I've heard talked about as, hey, we need to talk about this. We haven't talked about it yet. So it's there as a placeholder. I want to talk about it with you all. The benefit agreement conversation is being talked about separately through the working group, but I did include some actions in there. Supporting creation of new economic opportunities. There's some actions in there that are really in the realm of what can we do over the next 4 years to articulate what the needs and opportunities are that could then be acted upon. The position Oregon to have a workforce that is housed, trained, and equitable from the legislation, breaking it into strategies about strengthening and enforcing our labor and safety standards as one piece, and then matching workforce development with workforce needs as a separate piece. Protecting tribal, cultural, and archaeological resources. This is a conversation that's being had separately among our tribal table, and I hope to bring that in, but there are various areas that we're trying to see if they fit and if their interests there. Protecting the environment and species. There's a focus on our policies, both at the state level, local government level, agency capacity, and then this idea of state-led spatial inventory planning and nests under that as well. Responsibly managing uncertainty and risk is where I've folded in the research agenda concept, a research collaborative, data management and monitoring, accountability measures, involving state early and site characterization. And then I have a general question. We have this Pacific Offshore Wind Consortium that Oregon State University is a part of, and I'm just throwing it out there as a, hey, is there a role? I don't know. And then achieving the state energy and climate policy objectives. I melded this with this path to development concept of not only how do we meet state's energy needs, but we needed a place to put what are the actions that could address the risks to the industry as well. And so that includes socioeconomic studies, refining the Oregon energy strategy as new information becomes available, and then looking at the infrastructure needs of Oregon with a focus on resilience and reliability. And then preparing Oregon's energy system. This relates to, are there some grid infrastructure, good bang for the buck under any future that the roadmap can shine a light on? Coordinating California and Washington in a number of different ways, and then exploring what policy needs might there be, and not necessarily recommending them in the roadmap, but saying, hey, if Oregon wants to have offshore wind, here are some things that could be looked at. And then identifying investment and planning needs. So not necessarily recommending them in the roadmap, but taking action to identify what those would be so that the legislature, state can decide whether to make those investments. And then the bonus one was the, oh, I got the title wrong. Sorry, this is the permitting process one. So please ignore the 5.8 at the top. Just looking at what are the various strategies related to the permitting process at the state level. I believe that's it. So Bobby, you hand it back.
Under the permitting process, the last time that I was going to meetings, it seemed to me that they were saying that the individual companies that, want to lease the property out there, that they were gonna have their own, they would do their own like EIS, each individual instead of, like for the whole area. And so where is that at this point? Is it gonna be the same, right, basically?
Just before you answer, just as a reminder, we've got a public comment period. It's a great question for that. And then also if some of the questions, I don't want Jeff to answer those right now.
Oh, okay.
But because you asked it, it's an easy one to go for it. But just generally, I'm gonna try and hold the question in place.
So nothing's happening in Oregon, but I can tell you California is an example. They did releases, and there are different companies, each one trying to put a project in each spot. Each company is going to produce its own proposal. This is the project we want to build. We've done an environmental impact study for this project. At the same time, The federal agency, BOEM, did a programmatic EIS where they said, let's look at all 5 together. And if they all get developed, what is the big picture environmental effect of that? They put out that EIS late last year, I think, but where things are federally, I think that is kind of on pause right now. I don't know where it's at. So the way that happened in California was give out the individual leases. The companies are starting their individual environmental studies, but it'll take 5 years before they even submit anything. And then after the federal agency gave out their 5 leases, they then did the programmatic to say, what is the cumulative effect? The idea being that the individual companies can point to that, say, look, the federal government already limited the cumulative.
Is that the PIS though only for the effects of leasing, not for the effects of construction, right?
Wow, I don't know. I thought it was for a project, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think it is a programmatic, which is to look at what the projects would be based on what the expectations are. It's not actually a true programmatic because there would be a much larger view because they're looking at 5 specific projects. It's kind of a mishmash, unfortunately.
But it's just the leasing, I think, like of the leasing activities, right? Wasn't that what it was? I'm sorry.
No, because the California Energy Commission is the lead on it, and they're saying, okay, and I think it's the Coastal Commission had input to it as well. It has to be a more comprehensive or programmatic in that it looks at what are the impacts of putting these 5 projects out there. So it's the projects level, but it's still at a high level, not the details you want.
And there's still a requirement for the full EIS at the end of the process anyway. This was an addition to.
Correct.
So.
I'm curious.
Nothing's happening in Oregon.
Well, I had questions, Bill.
There's no lease. It's not happening here. Like, we're like 10 years minimum.
So, but it sounds like you asked a really good question. Can I have us find the answer to that and bring it back later?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Like later today, I think we could probably come back with an answer and still fix it. All right, so Natalia, you had a comment or a change on the overall structure or a question?
No,
If
it's
it's a-
just suggestion and what we need to clarify, because I think it's important for the breakout session.
Okay, go ahead, and then again, I'm trying to put the
Yeah.
content into later.
Running out of time, I wanted half an hour, just give me minutes, whatever, and yeah, I just want to say it one time. Yeah, first of all, I really like that this concept in workforce. Because I think it's important when the report will be submitted to legislature, so they know that there are different opinions, yes, no, something in the middle. So, and I do want to acknowledge Chair Rob, that he is preparing very, very well for each, materials package, and a very good consensus. That allow us to read and to be prepared. So I just really want to ask, please be respectful to him, because he is working hard in our state. And he tried to navigate between so many stakeholders and what we can bring all people together. And I'm sure that sleepless nights for him. I mean, he just tried to bring all of us together if we can find joint solution. So that's, please be respectful. So now for the general structure.
How's she gonna do that? Oh, that's the end.
So I like it. I know that this is concept and we can work out the details on that. But in general, quickly jumped to my mind when I read this. Table of content is good, but it's a lot of text. It should be, in order to find something, you need to read through all of this 1.11 so maybe just make it very briefly that your eyes clearly can find what you need. So that's one. The second, executive summary would be helpful, particularly for legislative info. Next one, we're talking general about offshore wind. There is no clarification that this is floating offshore wind. Maybe this is good to put in introduction of the ground when you describe like general global issue and what is the ICON. because on the East Coast it's bottom, but here we develop, if we decide, we or somebody else, so later on in 10 years decided to move on, the floating, or just differences.
If I could, just that last one you mentioned, we did receive an inquiry last year for a fixed bottom inside state waters off of Camp Leah. So I think that we should not necessarily restrict this to be just for floating, but offshore wind as general.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know that. So in this case, maybe just we can say that there is a fixed bottom, just picture this. Then definition, this is really confusing. At least for me, I think we need to have definitions or terms in the beginning, in particular, because there is a different place. We have purpose, goals, objective, principle, strategy, actions, waypoint, etc. So, and sometimes I see goal gets applied to different chapters, so it's confusing me. Maybe that would be good in the beginning, like visualization, what is the perspective or something.
Sophia just gave me a significant look because that was one of her comments. So, said, I'll get there, I just didn't get there yet.
Yeah, just totally. The standards, this is important, because I'm talking about the standards that define in the House bill, but at some point, the standards become, I think, in chapter 5 objectives. Or we are talking about standards, industry standards for offshore wind. So like I just came returned from the International Offshore Wind Conference, and the industry we're talking about, particular for the US, there is a lack and gap in standardization for floating offshore wind. It's existing in Europe, but we don't have standardization, and that might be gaps in the policy. And I will not go into specific, but I'm talking about standards that include only defining in the House bill, or this is also different type of standards that we need to have. And the last one, short one, mentioned several times cooperation with California and Washington. I think it's important to mention also other states and other countries. And that directly relates to supply chain, again, from the offshore wind conference. And they mentioned, like Virginia tried to build right now cable production factory in the state for their East Coast supply chain. But they also European company mentioned that it doesn't matter if you build your supply chain, you still depend on other like European or Asia supply chain because of the reliability and like even steel quality production for monopiles. There is so many issues considered that would require cooperation because those companies is already tested in the water, feeds of floating. And if you build even your own supply chain, it would take time that somebody will invest in that new product. So yeah, I think cooperation with other states and countries.
And Sophia, can you also make a note that that idea around collaboration with other states and other countries, that isn't one that we've gotten really specific about in terms of beyond, I think we've talked research agenda, we talked kind of market coordination, but there may be some specifics we can tee up for June. Okay, I think we should get into talking sections 1 and 2. Yeah?
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
Speed, did you want to do breakout instructions 1 and 2? So we're gonna go ahead and do breakouts. And before I do that though, for folks online, I noticed that there have been a number of chats. Know that I don't have a great way to track those in the room. So Turner and Trevor, are there any key questions in chat that have to do with the conversation we're about to have relative to principles or other things that we need to lift up, or can I just give our instructions?
Bobby, I think for now we're good moving forward with the breakout groups.
Okay, thanks, Trevor. So we're gonna go ahead and do breakouts. Trevor, I think we've got 5 online, yeah?
Yep, I have 5 assigned online that'll automatically open when I click this button.
Perfect. And for the moderators that are here in the room, do you need anybody to join Zoom and host one of those rooms, or do you have 5 moderators online with you?
I have 5 moderators online. I'll just say their names now. We have Brett, Andy, Turner, myself, Trevor, and Ava.
Okay, perfect. All right, thanks, Eva. And so I think in the room, I'm seeing 3 breakout rooms. So Cynthia, would you take one? You only take one, and then Quay, and then Sophia, will you take one as well? And then Jeff, that lets you float a little bit. So we're gonna move out into breakouts, and the key questions are, we're gonna focus on sections 1 and 2. That's the background and introduction, so that's around, again, what Jeff said, what is the purpose of this document? Section 2 starts to put up some of those principles, and overarching goals, as well as the kind of the 4 pathways or the scenarios that Jeff had talked about. The idea of including those principles is something this roundtable has talked about, but we haven't had like a focused conversation on it. So that's fairly new. It's not new because you've said it. It is new because you haven't seen it in one place. So questions are, what's missing? Is this right? And then particularly for the scenarios, are they the correct scenarios? And should we have them at all? So those are the prompts that moderators are gonna walk you through. And moderators, we're at like 10:45, not worried about that, but we're out a little bit behind. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you a half hour rather than 45 minutes. So we're gonna come back at what am I doing my math? 11:15, thank you. 11:15. Okay, and if you need a 5-minute stretch to refill on coffee, either at home or here in person, just go for it. So let's go ahead and let's just number off in the room actually, and then we'll just get a mix that way. So I said 3, so we'll go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then hold on, Beverly, I'm gonna get you in a second. 1, 2. Okay, and then for public members, oh, Karina, I didn't recognize you in person.
Huh?
2, perfect. And then, so for public members, you can join whichever group that you'd like.
Okay.
All right, and if you wanted to go 1, and Dave, was it Dave in the back? And then Michelle, if you wanted to grab 3, but whichever, doesn't matter. So Hui, there's a table next door, you're group number 1. So group number 1 is gonna go across the way. Cynthia is group number 2. You're also gonna go across the way. It should be a divider. I haven't looked, but there should be 1 table. I'll come bring you flip chart paper in just a bit. Hopefully it's random. All right, so Sophia's group 3 over here.
I printed my own.
Yeah, and then focus on line. Trevor, can I say, open up the breakout? I don't know if you assign the public member to the breakout groups.
Sorry, Bobby, heard just a little bit of that.
No problem. Go ahead and open the breakout rooms. And my question was, did you assign the public on the breakout room?
Yes, public are assigned randomly to the 5 and.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Open
All
them
right.
up back at 11:15.
All right, here we go, folks.
I think that's kind of like, there's no project, that's what I'm wondering, this is.
So. What's group number 3?
Question.
Sophia just. Oh, okay.
Is it last week, we make our recommendation straight. Hey, we'll talk soon.
So where did
Hi, how are you?
Are you gonna get us here?
You too, how are you?
Did
Be over there.
rotate for the group?
What group are you in? Across the hall, over here.
Oh, next door?
Yeah.
Okay.
And go to the right and find one of those two rooms.
Okay.
Might be the far one.
Oh, you mean in terms of.
Thanks.
Right now. Yes. The last year, you said you call it.
But it's not really that.
I really hope it goes the right way. You know.
Like Trojan horse.
Before you shut for.
That sort of idea.
Finally.
And that's something that people really need. It's some.
Right. Yeah, it sounds like. Yeah, she did it actually. Thank you. Thanks, and then I'll see you later. Yeah. We all work it into this. I haven't had another one. It's a little bit. Again, yeah, I think it's because all.
Last time I was here. Yeah. With bone back on. I remember we had this whole sometimes. And I would like to ask some people who hear about it, you know, about place they do that. Productions. I had a very, well, but I identified the areas that I thought. I mean.
You're all.
But anyway, I don't know in that process, set out to, because I don't feel it's just needing one of these.
Technology in the fans or investment in realized or
Specific, I'm
part of it.
I know the money is like.
I work for things there.
Yeah.
I think so I come back to my listen here or project something. They're presenting and so I'll just listen and okay, there's these things I've got my doc open for like all my edits and I'm just like, all right, I'll give feedback, but I wanna hear.
Yeah.
How they're sharing it and then I can see it and if that's, I, you know, just that.
I was surprised and I thought the
It doesn't have your word. And it is, my take on this, is that just the, I wonder if the other process that work actually has like a plan and rules and like,
Yeah.
like, what are the principal things I want to say matter? And we did the least stuff came up to where we didn't have, like, we didn't have to, we didn't know that. We were out for it.
I can't do it.
Great process, so I have to run through that.
There's. Right here? And over. Where? That's why I'm.
Residents, something that's.
I think they were just John.
That's.
And so here that is books you want, right? It's the supposed to be the third year integration. Yeah. Yeah, but it's very good conversation. Go on, maybe say, we haven't stopped doing topic.
What is the way that we want to behave?
I mean, it's like all conversation very.
Make sure that.
Yeah, it's,
And people that live there. That's a way to. Engage.
I'm not sure that he kind of been enough.
The energy strategy.
And out there.
Yeah, it's still unclear to me how. Oh, whatever. I know something like how the. I still understand how that. Process of nice. You've got to have this, so. This is what. Well, this is one good knowledge. It's so. You can see it's. And thanks again, Brett, for leading our group.
Hey, Brett, for your team, we're still in breakouts here, probably for another 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
You guys can just hang out, but just know that when you guys talk, it comes up in the review.
Okay, yeah, I think we got to a good point and we have someone who's prepared to do the reporting, so.
Great.
That we also use some conditions in it.
Welcome back, everybody. We're gonna go fetch everybody else. Be back in a second.
So is.
Oh. Did you send me? Yeah. Yes, I didn't get it. Like it? Okay, no. Okay, yeah, no. No? Mm. Let's see what. I know, we didn't know that.
Even if there was a knife, I would have one in hand or something.
Is it? Oh. Trying to be, I'll find this one.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can. Not here to see, like, I'm gonna just divide. Oh. When that happens.
Unless I did eat breakfast.
Yeah.
It's just, it's only because it looks so. That's the only reason.
Exactly, no, God can, we have plenty, but we're always planning to have a whole group here in person.
All right. Turner, how'd that go for you all?
Good. Give me a second here. I'm gotta get my notes over to Rick, who's going to be reporting out for our group.
No problem.
But yeah, we had a good discussion. It was great.
Good. I'm really curious. It seems like the nature of the conversation may have been really different in each of the groups, but everybody was really engaging in a fun way to watch, at least from afar. So I'm just curious, Turner, and then maybe then Rick, if we do report outs, my goal is to kind of get us through those in about 20 minutes for all 8 groups. But give me my litmus test of how much do you think you need to get through and do your group justice, right?
Ooh, I mean, we had quite a discussion, so.
Yeah, I suspect it's true for everybody.
How many different breakout groups are there? And we have 20 minutes?
There's 8 total.
2 minutes.
I don't know,
Yeah.
3 minutes, 2 minutes?
Yeah, see if you can do that, just because obviously I'm still trying to get 2 more groups back in the room, but the next section up before lunch was to try and revisit the public engagement steps, like what do we expect from public and tribal engagement at each stage. So I think we can squish that just a little bit to make more room for that, so. I don't know, Turner, Rick, you're just my 2 touch points on that. How do you feel about giving this a little bit more time and that a little bit more time?
Can't do it.
Sorry, you tapered off there if that was a question. I missed it. And Rick, I just sent the notes off to you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Turner, my question to you was just, I'm debating giving this report back a little bit more time because I think it was really rich, which just means we talked community engagement a little bit less before lunch.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I think there were some gems in what we discussed that I'm sure Rick will share in the most eloquent way. But yeah, no, I mean, I can't speak for all the rest of the groups, but we had some good solid takeaways, I think. So
okay, good. Let's go mining for the gems then, huh, Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could say top 2 or 3 ideas or something like that.
All right, well, I'm still waiting for one group, but sorry, my grandfather said when you're on time, you're late. He was always in the car ready to go to church about 15 minutes before the rest of us. So I think we should just get going.
Did you say something about church?
Yeah, I did. Oh, it's like, what is going on? I didn't expect that. No, I was telling a story about my grandfather always waiting in the car for us 50 minutes before going to church. All right, let's just go. We'll start with some of the folks online. Rick, why don't you and your group kind of go first? We have 8 groups to kind of go through. And so my hope is we can stick to like 2-3 minutes. If someone in a different group has said exactly what you want to say, don't worry about it. Skip over. They've already said it. It's not a vote count. All right, so Rick, go for it. What you guys come up with?
Sure. So just as far as goals and principles, one comment that came up is there really didn't appear to be a clear goal statement. You know, there's a section that is listed goals and principles with some narrative, and then, you know, and then a clear section that talks about principles. So may want to think about a clear goal statement beyond what's required by the legislation itself. So our comments on what should be added really captures both goals and principles. We said everybody needs to be heard in the process, not just roundtable members. That, you know, and this is a pie in the sky type goal, but you know, a goal would be consensus amongst stakeholders around what would need to occur before any offshore wind development. What do we need to know, as well as, you know, not just what's the information, what's the scale, but where might there be agreement amongst folks as far as, you know, development, you know, either where it should occur or areas that we could agree should be excluded. You know, goal, you know, obviously the wind energy is comparatively expensive. You know, who's going to buy it? Where is it? You know, what's in it for coastal communities? And then labor standards need to be addressed in the principles. So I'll move on to alternative futures. There was some discussion about should there be a pathway of delay? You know, these projects, you know, I guess one of the concerns amongst a lot of folks is just the uncertainty. And we're relying on modeling and a lot of speculation as to what impacts are going to be, as well as what the benefits are going to be. So is one potential pathway, you know, let others do this first, let California develop it, and then Oregon can base its decision on, you know, real world impacts and with real world science instead of modeling and other information. Other pathways we talked about, you know, could a smaller pilot project be moved closer to shore? That would reduce costs, you know, and even be temporary, you know, more temporary in nature. That might create an incentive for a lower cost pilot. And then another comment that came up in regards to alternative futures, you know, path 1 has a specific element about port development. Does that need to be an element of path 1? There are that opens another can of worms. There's concerns amongst folks in the community about port development, and, you know, and I've heard folks talk about, you know, this is going to be based out of the, you know, ports in California anyway. So, you know, is path 1 dependent on new port development in Oregon? Or could that certainly be an option, but not a necessity? All right.
Great. Thank you. Clay, who's reporting out from your group?
Mr. Lauren.
Bill.
All right, well, I was hoping you would come last so that we could say, yes, that was what they said, but. Yeah, we had a little bit of discussion about the goals and principles, kind of got carried away on alternative futures. But we said, what is the goal and principle? We need a firm delineation and clarity about that, so we'll leave it at that. We did get carried away on looking at the different scenarios. And that brought up about the difference between futures planning and future planning. Future planning is we're going to get from here to there. Futures planning is we are trying to increase the amount of energy we have. We have a variety of ways of doing it. So we're looking as we're going along. So it's very adaptable. It's something that is not firm, set in stone, because in another 5 years and another 10 years, things could be radically different, so that we are not set thing. On the other hand, if we don't do any goal setting, if we don't look at what a future might be, we don't know when we're going to get there. More importantly, things will happen. And if we haven't planned out what's going on, we don't have any say in it. So that's why we do need this roadmap. It is important to be able to see how things will go along. Now, my suggestion was we do the planning for full deployment of a whole set of things out there. And then as we find did we pass all those gates? Did we get all of the things in line so it works? So there is responsible development, just as Jeff, you had said early on, and we're happy about it. And then you back up and you see where is it that we would be having the bigger things. If you go back up to the beginning, there is nothing out there and we're happy about it. Did we go through all the planning? Did we have all the input that we needed in order to make that decision? And everybody agrees that was the right thing because it was not responsible development. So I think, for the sake of time, I'll leave it at that. The other input?
Oh, wait, we had one other principle that we thought it might be good to try to include, which was, if we could have a high level principle about making sure the technology is demonstrated to be feasible and viable. You know, not necessarily specifically in the Pacific, although you could argue that seeing it in California is something we want to see before it happens here, but we wanted a high level principle around having a way to determine confidence around how feasible the engineering technology is at that depth off the coast. It was one of the things come up.
Nice. One of the things I just overheard from your all's group that kind of stuck as I walked out of the room was also just making sure that information is proximate enough to when that information needs to be used, so it's still relevant. Right, so if we did a bunch of research now, but we're not gonna use it for 10 years, it may be out of date. Yeah, so just not spending gobs of money on research that'll be out of date in 5 years.
Yeah, it might be a matter of setting up systems for monitoring that we start now if you have good data, right? You know what I mean? But it's like, but yeah, we need to understand what's timely information versus what's ongoing information, but it's like things have to happen at a time when they make sense in the sequence, which a roadmap helps you figure out.
Yeah, it was a twist on kind of that adaptive conversation that we've all had with the
There was a big dive into adaptive management and the need for adaptability in the roadmap.
Yeah.
That in. Okay, I'll stop.
And so if folks are hearing things that are interesting, or you want to comment on or speak to in just a bit, go ahead and write those down so you don't forget. And then I'll circle back around in a little bit. Let's see, how about online? Maybe Brett, your group wanna report out, and then after that, I'll go to Emma's group.
Okay, we have Jason who's prepared to be the spokesperson for our group.
Hello, everybody. We covered some common ideas, I think, that I heard or just reported out from other groups. So one of them was to kind of stay close to the energy strategy and see what that says about offshore wind. And another piece of that is, you know, recognizing, and I think it's in here, but just really being clear about the challenge of decarbonization for Oregon. And so that folds into the state energy strategy piece a little bit. And then offshore wind is certainly squarely in that too. Like this is a regional effort, not just offshore wind, but you look around the West and the lowest cost electricity you see these days is wind and solar, onshore wind and solar. And where's the onshore wind? Well, it's in the plains, Montana, Wyoming, Texas, Oklahoma, all those plains states. Where's the solar? It's down in the desert Southwest, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, Oregon has some in the eastern side of Oregon. And then what do we have up here? Well, historically, we've had hydro, right? We dominate hydro. So each region has like these little niche resources that they can contribute to, a regional solution where everybody benefits from the lowest cost electricity possible so that we can all, keep our lights on, afford our bills, encourage businesses to, locate here. And so we all kind of prosper. And then this emerging resource is floating offshore wind. That's like a West Coast, it's up and down. That's why California's going after it. That's why we're talking about it here. That's like our other kind of bread and butter little niche resource up here in the region. And so just kind of pulling that all together is something we talked a little bit about. Moving on to, let's see. So that was kind of the regional stuff. I guess I have another point here. I'll skip to because I think it relates to that, and that's the pilot project. So we looked at that pathway too and had some questions. One was kind of like, what's the value of that if California gets some stuff in the water? Then, it's kind of like looking over your neighbor's fence and seeing that they're building a mousetrap in their backyard, and then it's working pretty well. And so why do you need to build a mousetrap in your backyard too, But what if California doesn't, have success, right? So there were some opening words underneath that pathway that, talking about new technologies or innovative ideas. So I could see that pilot project having more value for Oregon waters, quote unquote, Oregon waters. If California doesn't succeed, then maybe the opportunity to do an Oregon pilot project makes a little more sense or has a little more value. And then we didn't really talk about it in the group, but I think it kind of rhymes with that technology comment I just heard, like trying to see this technology proven and having a little bit more certainty around what we're getting into. That's very important. And I could see maybe a variation of that pilot project concept being something like, if Oregon wants to get a little taste of what this offshore wind lift is all about, maybe there's some kind of Oregon collaboration we could do with California when they go out and start building their project, right? Maybe we can buy a couple turbines. I don't know who the we is, if it's the state or a utility or whoever, they're expensive. But, rather than doing a pilot project up in Oregon, maybe we can participate in California's launch, so to speak, somehow, right? So that was a variant, I'll call it, on the pilot project pathway and some things to keep in mind with the pilot. Then, shifting kind of more to some local aspects of this issue, recognizing somewhere early on in the document here, like the local coastal commissions, the local communities along the coast that have commissions that have voted against offshore wind, and kind of recognizing that tension. So you have this regional dynamic, right? The regional challenge of, how do we get the solar from the desert Southwest up? How do we get that wind from Wyoming over to Oregon to help us? And how do we maybe start working on this offshore wind as even another piece? But then there's all these local pieces, right? And that's the same as like the local communities in Eastern Oregon, maybe, that are dealing with solar, or the local communities in Wyoming. And then you've got these local coastal communities. And so trying to just kind of, I guess, give voice to all those, what was something we talked about. And then cultural and tribal engagement would be especially important for like a local concern on pathway one. I don't know if there was specific call out to that for the pathway one piece. And you know, there were some other questions about the value of this roadmap exercise in general. You know, if the leases never come to Oregon again for offshore wind, well, what's the value of this roadmap? Isn't that kind of diminished at some point? And then we had some good conversation and really bright ideas about, well, you know, the offshore wind and leasing of federal property or federal space for energy projects or any kind of project, I guess, but energy projects for sure, isn't unique just to the offshore situation, right? Half of Oregon, it's easy for us to all lose track of this. The forest industry doesn't lose track of it, and the ranchers might not, but half of Oregon is federal land. Half of the land in Oregon is federal land. So any energy projects that might be, you know, a solar project on Department of Interior land or something like that is going to have to get some permit or permission or lease from a federal agency. Maybe a geothermal plant wants to build somewhere in the Cascade area on federal forest land. So the takeaway is that federal leasing in Oregon is kind of a perennial theme. And if we had this roadmap, even if it was tailored for offshore wind, it would really give kind of a framework of how to approach these federal leasing aspects that kind of arise in different situations. So that'd be value of continuing and doing a good job with this roadmap, even if offshore wind leases doesn't come around. So that was basically it. So if I missed anything, I'd welcome anybody else from our group to kind of hop on there.
Great, thanks, Jason, appreciate it. And the host reporting out from your group.
Hi, Ashley is going to report out from my group. We had a great discussion. Appreciate all of the detailed prompts.
What do you got, Ashley?
Yeah, sorry, I was just getting all the screens lined there. Yeah, for our group, for the first, for section 1, some things that were brought up for the background was to bring up about some background on climate change scenarios for the Oregon coast and inland, and just also taking, you know, if it's possible to list like impacts to estuary ecology, fisheries, and also background on like the economy as well. Some other feedback included add context about natural climate solutions, resilience planning, wouldn't want offshore wind development to come at the cost of those other efforts. For the goals section, there's a reference to House Bill 2021, and it brought up a question about are there like other statewide goals and efforts that could be brought in and named during that section too. Like I know right now there's like DEQ climate protection program and the climate change action plan that's happening right now. So yeah, anyway, if we're going to list out a couple, or is there kind of a broader framework that helps inform those goals? And then sorry, trying to read through the notes and don't want to take up too much time. I think I'm just going to scan down to section 2.2, taking a look at I think there was like some questions about the graphic, like overall the concept of the graphics great, but didn't necessarily align to like the specific scenarios that are listed. So think possibly having like a more specific graphic for each pathway or scenario to be a little bit more expansive, showing the development in the graphic. And yeah, and just to try to keep them distinct because it can be a little confusing in that one graphic. And yeah, the graphic on page 5 And when taking a look at those different pathways and scenarios, there are a number of markers of either like success or considerations and consequences, etc., that are specifically listed for pathways, but could also apply to every scenario. So maybe before there's like a buffer that like a buffer list that no matter what scenario happens, we want to make sure, like for instance, that cultural resources are protected and climate goals are met, and then go down and then list like some of those more like specific markers for those specific goal areas. But it seems like there are some that should just like apply like no matter what happens. And then
Yeah, actually, can I ask you a quick question just on that one? Because
Yeah.
I think the principles were designed to apply to any alternative future.
Yeah, but I see what she means, that on path one, I specifically called out cultural resources being protected, for example, as a marker of success. If you do offshore wind, do it in such a way that, but maybe that's redundant.
Got it. Perfect. Okay, thanks. Clarified. Keep going. Sorry to interrupt, Ashley.
oh no, no, I think that's a great clarifying question. And then yeah, I think just one last note that there was a question about, there should, or a comment that there should be a bullet point about environmental impact or some kind of analysis. And this is for pathway one of the kind of analysis of the environmental economics. Does the economic benefit of moving forward outweigh the economic cost of impacting resources? And anyway, I will stop there. I know there's definitely little things I missed, but if there's anybody from the group that wants to raise any of those points, but yeah, I'm gonna pause there.
Cynthia. Who was
Well, I delegated Mike against his better judgment. I'm not as effective listener as I am a speaker. So I would defer to another member, perhaps Lisa could summarize, because I was too busy talking to listen.
Bob.
Why are we trying to coach you on this process?
Well,
There's some learning.
I recognize that much now.
That is progress. We'll take that later.
And you never want staff to do this.
I never, ever do, but here we are.
Well. Had I known that was gonna be on, well, I might have listened a little better.
Okay, so one, we were able to look at both sections. I think a lot of comments that have been made here are probably somewhat shared. In the first part, section one, there was a lot of discussion around the request for the need for more context within that within that opening piece. Really laying out the history of how we got here, the history of energy development, and then the context of this discussion, this process in general. There was discussion around it feeling of being really upfront about this being a roadmap without decision points in it, that it's intended to just be a guidance. Because it does feel like it was being decisional, I guess. I don't think that's a word, but we'll use it. And then we talked about spent a lot of time on PERT, actually. We talked about being clear if this is specific to floating offshore wind or if it's a broader conversation. And then in part two, we had a lot of conversation around, generally that for the opening section, again, there are some felt like bold statements, the use of the word clean energy. There's some words that suggest a bias. trying to remove that bias from the document. We talked about the idea of pilot projects, that future, that possible pathway, and what that could look like. And the viability of it and what would be the intent of a pilot project, because it's not gonna show economic benefit or not, but it could show how the process could be gone through, which is something that was outlined. But the markers for success, there was some discussion in there about again, that sense of bias words, making drawing some conclusions. There was a really good conversation. I know Cynthia captured it all, but were there any big pieces that I missed for the folks that were in the room?
Yeah, and I'll just point out that, so defining the scope of the output, so it kind of ties in with providing the context and the history, and then just really defining what we're finding more of that, the scope of what is the end results. And Lynn could probably talk more on that, but that's all I have.
The end for the roadmap or the end for whatever the roadmap guide is? Which output of what?
Lynn, did you wanna, I just captured your words and I didn't know if you wanted.
I talked a lot. Which section did I?
It was section, it was the first section. Yeah. Good thought.
So for example, what I was kind of fishing for is the output of the roadmap could be a series of recommendations and guidance. Versus the
I think
if
we
you
were
listen to those, then you could have turbines or not turbines.
I think the discussion was around, because the leases did not occur, we missed out on a developer. You know, getting that information, like kind of starting like that information we needed to kind of guide us a little bit more, so we're lacking that information, and I think. And then the technology is changing, and I don't know, there was a comment in there about finding the scope of our output, so we don't have to dive into that anymore. I just was trying to touch on things that I captured as the best I could, which was not good.
You did, but that did remind me that a comment came up that the community piece is missing, right?
Yeah.
In the conversation right now. Everybody knows this is first draft, big holes, you know, so those are just things that seems important to acknowledge the communities. The impacts to the communities themselves, not just the big picture, but really the local challenges and. That positive, that can happen.
Okay, thank you.
And everybody's got written comments, so they're going to be.
Yes, because mine are not very worthy.
I'm good. I'm glad they will get this wherever they need to be. Wherever they need to be is where they are. All right, right on. Let's go, Andy or Trevor. Let's do Andy and then Trevor online.
Hey, Bobby, real quick, I want to interrupt. We had Jenny Jones with her hand up the original way, so I wanted to, if there's time, kick it over to Jenny.
Yeah, Jenny, what's going on?
Yeah, so there's just a little bit of a piece that might be clearer later in the document, but I just wanted to, we talked about it in our group and I thought it was worth adding. So there's kind of, we have the stops where we say, you know, we're going to check the view shed and we're going to look at fisheries and the community benefits and all that. And so there's a place for it, but there's kind of two funnels in my mind. There's a number of farms we can add, right? And so what we don't want to do is say, well, we added one, let's give it a go for the entire coast. You know, let's say, let's be open everything for the entire coast. That's probably not what anybody wants. Might not be feasible either, but so each time we add a farm, if we add something, I feel like it's a good adaptive management approach to hit all of the things everybody's concerned about, whether it's view shed or environmental impact or community benefits, to kind of say, okay, we're thinking about adding another farm. This is what we've done in the past. So let's go through that process for deciding on this new one. And maybe over time it streamlines. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah, I'm hearing it's a bit of, if there is a scaling strategy and kind of a
Yes, yes.
set decision, that how you look at processes and how you make decisions may be a little bit different at each growth and scale that's set.
Yes, that is it. So as we scale, if we scale up, there are these moments where we ask ourselves the same fundamental questions. Okay, thank you.
And thanks, Jen.
Each Friday, because I need information.
Yeah, and I also heard that some of it may be a very quick conversation, right? It's not, there's different aspects of information that may be important at different stages. All right, Trevor, why don't you go ahead? Who is your reporter, and then we'll go turn. Oh, sorry, we did turn around. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yes. Like others, we had a great conversation. I'll kick it over to Caitlin to report out.
Hey everyone, for the first section, we were looking at the purpose. We were discussing the name roadmap, and how we had some likes and dislikes about the term roadmap. We thought that it implied a roadmap implies we know where we're going, and we had a little bit of a discussion around that, whether that was accurate. Is the term roadmap prescriptive? And that kind of led into a discussion on section 2 about the alternative futures. We had a really great discussion around a comment that I had made, that I thought that the alternative futures section is a good thing to have in this document, but in the wrong location. My point was that HB 4080 asks this body of people to produce a permitting roadmap to offshore wind, not to no offshore wind. And if there, as we've heard, if there is no offshore wind, there is no need for a permitting roadmap. And so what we had discussed was, focusing section 2, the upfront part of the document, on our group's primary recommendation for permitting offshore wind, and then taking the rest of them, so the pilot project, the no offshore wind alternative, the ports and infrastructure alternative, and putting that in a subsequent section where they're equally valid, but because HB 4080 asks us to present a roadmap to offshore wind, to focus the document on that, and then also follow up with a discussion of these all these other alternatives. The point being that it sounds a little bit scattered at the beginning of a document that's supposed to be a formal recommendation. We want sort of a single recommendation as opposed to 4 options and then trying to discuss permitting for all 4 or 5 of them. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, Caitlin. Anybody else from your group, anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, this is Joe. I had my hand raised. Yeah, I think Caitlin captured it pretty well. I think there was some discussion of moving the other alternatives down all the way into like an appendix, and there was a bit of pushback on that because of it would make those other alternatives seem less equal in some ways. And based on the conversations we had in this work group over months, it seems like it would be kind of a challenge to do that. And then the other point I'll make is that in chapter 1, there was also a comment that is there the ability to uh, make the roadmap a living document, or is this a static document? And I think the consensus from folks is that since it is a directive of HB 4080, that it would be a static document. But there was just a thought about, if this moves through and there is a process for offshore wind, it's going to be a multiple year thing, and it might make the roadmap necessary to kind of rethink some of the pieces of it. So anyway, that was the other pieces I wanted to get into the record on that.
If I may, Joe, New York is an example of a state that did a master plan 1.0 and a master plan 2.0. And they had studies in between that kind of, they started off in a direction. And then they kind of did the orienteering approach of stop, get out your compass, and then direct from there to the next place. So just because we have a version 1.0, if you will, doesn't mean we couldn't revise over time.
All right, thanks.
And Caitlin, part of what you raised up, I raised at the beginning is, it's one of the kind of fundamental challenges with this roadmap is there an alternative future in a singular path, or are there multiple potential pathways, and we need to really define out all of those? Which just, it gets squishier given all the complexity of moving parts to clearly communicate what this group and the state is trying to say. So that is gonna be something both kind of architecturally within the document, but then strategically on what we say is gonna be really important, I think, to get guidance from Paul. Andy, what's your group come up?
So my group successfully stiff-armed me, so I'm reporting out, getting all the benefit I can from participation. So couple of comments around section 1. The first of which was kind of reflections on what Natalia said earlier, and that is that the I guess number 4, lessons learned from other states about successful processes should really be emphasized. It may be that we in Oregon continue to learn from other places around the world as the industry moves forward ahead of the US, and there are likely to be very valuable lessons and information that those can provide. It may be even worth pulling that section out as its own separate chapter to provide context about what's happening in the rest of the world to inform what's happening off of Oregon. There may be additional value in having an additional numbered section as to what's in the roadmap, so a description of what's to follow. This just kind of a general, like, what should I expect in this document, and the kind of general layout therein. And a question about section 1 in terms of setting the stage is, do we need to have more of a description of where we are in this moment in time, given that the industry may be changing significantly in the next few years, and it kind of goes to the static or ongoing nature of the document, so that the comment that was just made, I think, kind of reflects the challenge of trying to produce a version of the roadmap that's going to be relevant and correct in a couple of years, right? If the cost of energy changes significantly, if the cost of device development changes, kind of, those are going to be important factors for the state as we consider whatever the scenarios are moving forward. In general, my group really liked the way that section 1 and 2 were laid out. They commended you on the scenarios that were developed. They thought that we should have scenarios in this document because it presents the challenge that we face as a state in terms of understanding how we might move forward in the different ways that could happen. There was a broad desire to have a little bit more of the supply chain as a whole kind of woven into what those scenarios are. The group thought about potentially having some additional row, maybe associated with that array graphic, that could indicate supply chain levels of investment, or basically, because these things may not happen in parallel, right? If there's no development off of Oregon, but we still want to participate in the industry, there could be steel makers out of the port of Portland that participate in some way, or there could be other supply chain efforts that go to support the build out of arrays in California, as an example. And that, we shouldn't kind of leave that separate. So think about how a supply chain indicator might be added to that list of scenarios. And one question is, are those scenarios in the right order? Our group was pondering that as a whole. Maybe it should start with more investment and go the other way. But all of those are food for thought. One other comment made about the scenarios is thinking about potentially including the cost of electricity in those different scenarios and potential time horizons for thinking about that, because changes in cost of development in 2045 may make development of an industry much more appealing if the cost of energy everywhere else have gone up a lot. So that is a little bit more context for how costs relative to scenarios could be an important thing to communicate. I think I will stop there in the interest of time, and anybody else in my group, if you have anything else to add, please do.
Thank you, Andy. Sophia?
Thank you. And I have Natalia and Brody reporting out for us.
Great.
Thanks. Sophia did a great job, a lot of notes I tried to summarize, but many of them were already discussed. So our group discussed first goals and principles. As Mary mentioned already, it should be clear classification and distinguish between goals and principle. Even like principle could be a guiding standards that also can include value. And if we are looking at section 2.11, the description of each bullet point would be like summarize principle, let's say, cooperation, collaboration, engagement, or we are talking about accountability, transparency, and this is governance principle. Or if we are talking about first one, best available science, we have scientific principle. Then we have technological principle, data sharing principle. So that's kind of simplification first, and then we go deeply. Why this is important, we're also talking about, because we need to consider audience of this document or report that we will submit to the legislature. And they might not be expert in offshore wind or energy. So, and before diving deeply and explaining, we really need to have some simple structure and classification that they can understand, and not asking the same question as we are asking right now, simply to simplify. So that is related goals and principle. Alternative future scenarios. Okay, I try to combine these notes. Should we have 4 or more? Our group, we do like those 4 paths, but also we're talking about flexibility between those 4 paths. And also maybe leave one open space at 5th path, like others, or call something, because we don't know what might happen. We need to be open and to be flexible. So I don't know how we frame or call it, but add to that 4 paths like others, something else. And flexibility is important because we were talking about exit ramp and clear definition. So does it mean that exit ramp is a full stop for one scenario or future if we started that? Or it could be as an exit ramp and transition to the different scenario. Let's say we decided, yes, we go with offshore wind, but at some point we see like, okay, environmental impact, there's some damages. Maybe this is the exit ramp, but we are not completely exit. We transition, let's say, just go with supply chain infrastructure. Or maybe say no completely. So that should be decided definition with the exit ramps. As well, technological development and energy cost. It could be also exit ramps to different scenarios. And I'm not talking about, we didn't have too much time to talk about pilot project. But this is with your permission, yeah, I just wanted to add. With the pilot project scenario, so DSL officially went WAM last year. Started this, we had official letter, and this is territorial sea plan part 5 emphasized that Oregon preferred pilot project first before going to the big commercial one. That was the official statement of DSL that we didn't prefer if it's decided to go to have pilot project. It would not be economically feasible, yes, but it will give us possibility to learn a lot. And on Monday, let's say I will be in Sacramento meeting with California State Land Commission, and we will discuss actually Kadima project. It's in our agenda. So what DSL tried to learn about the meter system for power cables, what they have. So that could be also part of the cooperation. And the last point regarding pilot project. During this international conference that I just come back from Virginia, I had an opportunity to go offshore and to see the linear energy pilot project. It's fixed bottom offshore project. But the lessons they learn, and I ask, like, would be different if you just start with a commercial project. And they said no, because pilot project allow them to learn a lot. About environmental impact, how it's like biologists around the board, how they monitor 6 months, how it's affect birds, how it's affect mammals, and etc. They also learn a lot about supply chain, and that's related to technology, and that actually I even think about that. So the technology changes so quickly that supply chain, even if you have them in place, they are not able to adapt so quickly to produce some new materials or monopiles. So because technology is a really fast speed, they're changing. So at some point, it should be really, someone should decide that we need to stop for supply change and not go to different new standards, because industry just cannot adapt so quickly to that one. And even if you stop supply chain 1, 2, 3 days, it costs a lot of money to wait for some materials and monopiles in different countries, different states. So that's the pilot project is really good learning. So they have 2 turbines. Kadima project in California, they have 4 turbines pilot project. Okay, I'm done with that. And the other things we discuss. So yeah, exit ramp, flexibility between scenarios, and the other things we discussed, it's yesterday during the community, and was a question, what if we have this offshore wind, but power goes strictly to California, not to Oregon. So our discussion was maybe we need to specify in the Oregon that the priority for energy supply and generation, it should go first to Oregon. It doesn't mean that we cut other states or whatever, but Oregon should be priority in first of the community should access to that power and etc. Yes, we do need to have cooperation with California and Washington because all this weather conditions extreme, we need power from backup member states. Yes, Marcus.
Wrap that up, so 2 minutes, how you can.
Yeah, I'm almost.
You leave some things for Brody too.
Yeah, so it should be, and this is the reason why we need to consider that, recent decision of EPA to ensure Southwest Power and basically detached from California and Northwest Power. So we should avoid in the future that Oregon, really just alone without where should we have power for the community. So we need to have backup plan and maybe to stay the priority. And
Thank you.
Someone else, something.
She get it?
Yeah, I think that was pretty thorough. And most things have been said, but having that clear kind of target as to what the roadmap is trying to achieve, and I think like Jason's point that he raised about federal siting, and it's like, if anything, like we're spending so much effort in this roadmap process. If nothing else comes of it regarding offshore wind, hopefully it can help guide other renewable energy projects within the state. And then defining that goal of, is it meeting the state's renewable energy requirements? Is it increasing community resiliency and their electricity needs? So just kind of having more of kind of a large picture, so.
So I'm gonna take a run here in just a second at synthesizing some of the comments I thought I heard. But the question marks for you all that I'm gonna do a check-in, like for sections 1 and 2, like is this kind of on the right track of what you expected? Like of all of the feedback that's been provided, is this trending in the right direction? Like we heard certain things that definitely need to happen. We heard some alternative ways for organizing or presenting. So I'm gonna ask that. And then 2, have we given you everything you need today to be able to provide us more detailed feedback, say in the next, 7 to 10 days prior to that? Those are the 2 questions I'm gonna ask you for a little bit. Lynn, I saw your hand. I'm gonna come to you in just a second. But
Bobby, I didn't hear you. Can you say that again? When would the next round of input occur?
well, our next meeting is June 17th.
Okay.
Right, and so one of the things that we need to talk about after leaving today is. We're just imagining that you're digesting this document today. We're just imagining that that could be true. And so what that means then is you're gonna need some time after today to give us more detail. And ideally, Jeff has received that detail prior to June 17th, so if he has questions or we wanna provide the synthesis back to what everybody has said. So that that informs your next iteration, right? Then, yeah, that kind of means 7 to 10 days.
After today.
After today. So I'm making this up as I'm talking. And so we'll get you an exact date on that, but we need enough time to synthesize it, process it, so that we can give it back to you. Yeah. And then, so I haven't forgotten you, Lynn. We also promised public comment at 12:15. And so, Michelle, I don't know if you want us to have a public comment now, we'll have a second public comment later. And then if online, if any of our public members or community members would like to give a comment, can you just drop that into chat? And then Trevor, if you wouldn't mind just taking a quick look at that, let me know if anybody's gonna wait in line for public comment. But ideally about 1 to 2 minutes. We will have a second public comment period, and then I'll synthesize after that so that I'm incorporating any of the public thoughts into it.
So you were asking originally, based on 1 and 2, did we see anything glaring that might be missing that we want to highlight at this time, correct?
I'm gonna try taking a run at synthesizing that, and then I'm gonna ask that question again after I hear from the public.
Thanks.
Okay, so you have something to say on that, yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect, hold it. Okay. Anybody interested in public comment? Yeah, Michelle? All right, take it away. If you can just remind us who you are and go ahead and tell us what's on your mind.
So Michelle Creo, the CEO with Think Place, we're a consulting firm. This is my hometown. And I also am partnering with South Coast Common Ground. So we're a group of folks across the gamut on pro offshore wind to like neutral to against it. And we're just really about getting good information out. And I'm interested in this process because I really do see it as the opportunity for us to set our expectations of what we as Oregonians want to see and how to make sure that our community doesn't suffer another extractive economic industry, that we really have something that benefits everybody and meets our energy goals. So the feedback I have, I just want to say that, I think this roadmap takes an important step in outlining the multiple futures for offshore wind, including the no. And I want to highlight several strengths and propose a couple key improvements, particularly around community protections, investment viability, and the long-term resilience. So first, I commend the state for keeping the no offshore wind as a legitimate pathway. However, there's no analysis of what no means. So what alternative strategies Oregon would pursue that meet its climate and grid goals. And I recommend including a viability of saying no section that uses modeling and the state's own energy strategy as a reference point. Have really good information in that separate plan, reference it. Second, the roadmap must grapple with market realities. No offshore wind project will move forward without buyers. And a joint purchasing agreement, perhaps with California tribes, municipal utilities, it's essential. Without it, the roadmap is not viable. We also need affordability modeling to ensure energy costs don't burden rural and low-income ratepayers. I think many have said that. Third, while the roadmap introduces exit ramps, it doesn't define them, and we need clear thresholds for halting development, such as lack of tribal consent or unresolved conflicts with fisheries or the absence of a buyer. We've seen all those happen. And we must clarify who holds authority to say no. So is it DLCD, the governor, the legislature, like at what different points, who is it that says no that halts process going forward? And fourth, enforcement gaps remain, so community benefit agreements need to delivering the real value are not yet tied to enforceable mechanisms. Oregon should require CBAs during federal leasing and make them legally binding. State, county, city, and tribal governments all have roles to play in those processes. Fifth, we must not ignore justice and safety. There is no mention of judicial impacts of missing and murdered Indigenous people. Offshore energy development has historically raised MMIP, and I will say, not just offshore wind development, energy development at large. Across the country, there's a lot of data about massive development and what those impacts are, especially with transient workforces. So I urge the inclusion of tribal-led safety assessments, culturally grounded protocols, and coordination with our tribal and local justice systems. Finally, if Oregon is to rely on offshore wind, we must plan for grid reliability, and this includes black start capacity, energy storage, and redundancy west of the Coast Range. And without that, we risk trading one form of vulnerability for another. The vision is promising, but we need stronger commitments to affordability, enforceability, and justice. So I urge you to build on those in the roadmap with these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Trevor, do we have folks online?
Let's see, we have Jenny. Sorry, no public comment, but it looks like Jenny has had her hand raised.
All right, hold on just a second, Jenny.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I finish public comment first, and then I'll open it up here in a second.
Yeah, sorry, no public comment on the chat.
Okay, so just kind of last call, just checking in on online. Anybody online want to provide a public comment? I'll ask the question again towards the end of the day. All right, so Jenny, were you gonna speak to some of the conversation here? If you are, let me take a chance at synthesizing some of the conversation we've had just now. And then, because Lynn wanted to jump in and you wanted to jump in, and Bill, did I see a hand there too? Okay, we'll do that. And then I do want to get you some lunch. It's here. So we'll just have a short conversation on this if that's okay, and we'll talk about the plan for after lunch. So just in terms of synthesizing some of the pieces, I heard some structural parts, which was clear definitions, clear terminology, how to read this document, what's in it. I heard about kind of setting the appropriate context. So that's kind of the history of how energy development has worked. That's how we've gotten to this conversation on offshore wind, where we are at this moment. And then recognizing that where we could be 5-10 years from now will be wildly different, and the need for this to be, if not a living document, a very adaptive a document over time. That's all kind of thinking about section 1. Looking at section 2, it would be helpful to have a clear goal statement recognizing that that may be very difficult to have a critical statement. Looking at the alternative futures, I heard a lot of people saying it's really helpful to have alternative futures in there. I did hear comments that if this is a roadmap to offshore wind development, that is important to say. And there may be just as many folks who say that they might disagree with that. So I think that's a point for conversation, but I heard comments on both of those. I heard various iterations of the alternative futures that could be helpful, like energy landing in California, or what would it look like to have a differently structured pilot project. I heard kind of conversation around what better understanding what the implications would be. So if we have a no wind alternative, what does that actually mean? Like if we still want to have energy and affordability, what does that mean? So making sure that we understand what those broader principles are. There's so much more. And again, I'm sure we only just scratched the surface on what that was. So the question, I just wanted to just do a check-in on our, hey, is this trending in the right direction overall? And then have we given you everything that you need to provide more detailed feedback in the next 7 to 10 days?
Thank you very much. My name is Lynn Coker, and I want to congratulate the lady that made the public comments. What was your name, Michelle? Hi, Michelle. Thank you very much. So essentially, I think everything she said needs to be applied across all cultures, all communities, and is not evident or strongly stated within the context of 1 and 2. And I narrow it down to 2 concepts. 1, create no harm for local communities. And number 2, it's got to be affordable against current energy prices. And if we can't do those 2 things, nothing starts. It has to be that clear. You can't hurt local communities and you can't break their piggy bank.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Jenny.
Yeah, I think there's an awareness in here that kind of speaks to what that gentleman just said. But it's something that is about, when we're talking about electrical lines, the closer the power is to the local community that's using it, the cheaper it is. So unlike transporting gas or other things like that. And so I think it would be really it's implied throughout that this sort of ultimate energy cost affects all, whether it's projections from development all the way down to who's getting the power. So I think it would be an interesting awareness piece for the various for when we get to a system is in place, to illustrate to communities how the power price is impacted by the location of the electricity. So if we participate in offshore, but we're drawing it all from California, we have just raised the rates incredibly. But if we have a local offshore, we have lowered the rates effectively. So there's some competition in there that every community deserves to see so that they can understand the fullness. Am I making sense?
Yeah, you are. And I think the part that I'm thinking about is the role of the roadmap itself versus the role of creating a shared base of information that everyone can be working from. Right, because the roadmap is not the shared base of information on like, okay, this is everything we know about affordability or and so it's figuring out, Jenny, kind of taking what we're saying and thinking about, well, what would actually be in the roadmap relative to that? It'd be like, we'd like a recommendation that says we want to fully understand the implications around affordability and how different futures could affect affordability, or we want that complete affordability model. I think that's cool.
Yeah, because I think there's competing interest in here. There's this sort of spectrum of choices where it's like, well, how much impact am I willing, depending on the rate, and that's not how we tend to think of things.
And on affordability, with this group, I hear a really broad consensus that energy should be affordable. Now, how that actually works in an offshore wind context is where I hear the debate on things. How that works in energy markets. Bill and then Memphis.
Actually, as a local resident, retired, fixed income, I really like what Len said. Second thing, we were talking about supply chain. We really haven't talked about people in the supply chain, sitting here in SWAC, sitting here in Brookings. If what happens in California, the California Energy Commission says the next round will be in Del Norte County, there are people here, kids here, that would love to have high-paying, good jobs that could go, a couple miles south, and then they're gonna be able to have those jobs. So I would say, basically, be sure that we think about people, especially kids, especially the next generations. If this is gonna go forward, that's part of the supply chain development.
Yeah, and after lunch, we're gonna really dive into section 5, which has those objectives, strategies, and action. So like as an objective, it's like we want a local workforce. A strategy could be, we want to make sure we've got the apprenticeships, community college, and other training programs in place to do that. A particular action might be, and we need the legislature to invest in this, or we need to create a collaboration between California and Oregon workforce programs, as an example. The other thing that Jeff and I have been talking about, and then also with some of the folks that are expert in workforce, is in June 17th, maybe doing a deeper dive on that workforce topic. But the thinking is, for some of these, they fit really well in that section 5 conversation that's about to happen after lunch. Rampies and then Delia, and then we should probably break for lunch.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanna just echo some of the comments. I like the principle of adding do no harm. Living in lives, when we work on policy, the clean energy transition, like we know it's gonna impact workers. And like we try when we work with like steel workers or fossil fuel workers, like do no harm is important in policy. Now that doesn't mean we're gonna stop the clean energy transition, but it does mean like we should plan. The way I heard from public testimony, there are other things that will create potential harm unless we start planning and thinking of strategies to mitigate harm. So those are things like I think I like that principle, and I like the other principle too is localizing benefits. And I think we've all sort of said, hey, localizing benefits is easier said than done. It also requires good planning. So for me, like I think those are two like good principles to call out in some kind of way. It's like doing no harm, localizing benefits. On the issue around like energy and energy affordability, I think it's useful as a principle to call out. Like I personally probably wouldn't say like should not, let's keep things as is. Like I wish, but even in the scenario of doing nothing, energy prices are going to increase. Like we just know that. Like we've had some good reporting from Oregon public broadcasting this past week. The states, because of the lack of build out of transmission, because of the lack of development of energy development, prices are going to increase. And that's not an argument that we should just build offshore wind, but just to say, hey, a do nothing scenario could still lead to energy increases. But I think as a value, being proactive and planning, whether it's part of the roadmap or outside of the roadmap, like it still feels like a good fundamental value. So building like our current energy infrastructure, having public power from BPA, that took planning, that took policy, it didn't just happen magically. So I do feel like it's a good policy principle where we could make some recommendations. Hey, if we do build out this large scale of energy development, it would be good to have some proactive policies to A, protect ratepayers, or B, ensure or further ensure that there will be will help increase or keep energy affordable, knowing the current landscape is. So I just want to sort of give those recommendations in terms of the scenarios. I do think it's important to have scenarios, so I think we're in the right direction. if it makes sense to further refine or narrow what those scenarios are, because I know those are infinite, I think that's worth us to do, but I think it's helpful to inform the public and state legislature to have scenarios. It's difficult to talk about jobs or supply chain without a reference scenario. I know that makes folks feel uncomfortable here in this room, but I feel like so far, I don't see any offshore wind advocates saying this is a slam dunk because we have these scenarios. And I also don't hear, hey, it's a slam dunk for folks who have concerns about offshore wind. It still feels like we're in the middle ground, and if we can further refine it and get comfortable from all parties, like I think it's worth exploring. But again, I don't think I haven't heard any like sort of slam dunk yet from the group, like we're building it or we're not building it, but I still hear the conversation being, what does it still mean? And I think it's still a pretty good, uncomfortable place to be.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rampy. I think there's a couple of things that brought up for me is like where we can be uncertain about the future, but clear within those. Like that's where we want to try and help you get, is to get as much clarity wherever we can get it as possible. And then the other piece that I really appreciate about just some of the comments is kind of starting to synthesize those principles, given kind of the comment about audience, like if our audience is the legislature, the broader public. We had dreamed of a 10-pager, right? But everyone wants to see their thing in there too, right? And so the idea of kind of do no harm or localized benefits, like you can capture your imagination in that, and then we can detail it out in the rest of the document, but it becomes a really good communications piece or something that I know how to remember 3 things no matter which position I'm in. And kind of help do that. Delia, and then.
Yeah, you had asked, whether you had given us everything we need to provide the next iteration of feedback, and I think my small group, and then also I heard from other groups that there's lack of clarity around what the goals and principles are. So we kind of spent most of our time in our group on the alternative futures or alternative scenarios. So I think there's a lot to think about in this document, but if you want specific feedback and responses, then maybe before we leave today, you could articulate what those questions are to the group, because the questions that you've included in the agenda, we weren't able to accomplish those yet.
Yep.
So if you could refine those, then we'll know how to respond.
Perfect. Yeah. Can we do that in various forms of breaks? So for example, like on section 1 and 2, if you really had to focus in on one thing, focus in on the principles, and those would be the principles that would apply to all future scenarios.
Limit anybody, just to help focus our next.
It's like that's what we really need for something like that. Do you think we could do that at lunch in the break? Yeah, absolutely.
Can I do a layer to that question? I know I'm not in the queue, but just pertinent to this question. It sounds to me like the reason there aren't, well, I don't even know, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but like there isn't a goals section exactly right now. And it sounds to me like we've identified that having like one overarching super specific goal might be hard to impossible. So like, I think outlining how you're thinking about goals right now and asking for input, is that something you want? Are you gonna, is that like, are you thinking like, here's what I'm thinking about goals, does that work for you? Because I feel like the goal thing is actually nebulous because there is such a diversity of positionalities and scenarios are very different one from the other. And so goal making does feel like a hard thing to do. So like, if you can outline how you're approaching goals and like what level and kind of feedback you want on it, that would be helpful. And I hope that wasn't too meta, but like, yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, when Quay first came to me during the breakouts, was like, what is goals and principles here? And I was like, well, let's just cross out goals for now and just talk about principles and figure out goals later. But maybe there's a way to talk about what do we want to maximize and what do we want to minimize for Oregon and coastal energy future?
I think we need like a goal framework. Yeah, like what is the framework for what a goal looks like in a space like this? So like, anyway, yeah. Conversation over lunch sounds like, but I just.
Yeah, which is why I was kind of nudging, like if you get the principles looking the way we want, then you might be able to turn that into a goal. So.
Okay.
Lynn and. I'm hungry.
I've been waiting.
Okay, all right. Lynn, go ahead.
Or let Michael go first if he wants to. You okay?
Sure, there's been discussion of do no harm. I'm just flagging that on page 35 at the top. That might be listed as a principle, it says embedded in Oregon's enforceable policies, goal 19 and territorial sea plan part 5. Is a precautionary approach. Recognize that there is a reasonable threat of irreversible harm to an irreplaceable resource. Such action should be treated with caution, and it is the responsibility of the proponent of an action to prove the absence of harm. So that is a principle that Oregon operates in, and it's embedded in an enforceable policy. And if this is a concern that's cropping up here and there, it might be, instead of listing that on page 35, that include that as a principle earlier in the document, so that it's very clear it's a policy of Oregon to do no harm. And that further into the document could elaborate, that is, do no harm to future generations or do no harm to specific resources.
It's also in 211. In the principles in the beginning.
It's just short.
It's not fleshed out. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
One of your rollback then on the concept of affordability, and I appreciate what you had to say about the documentation of the experience we're going through, and that is that energy rates are going up. And it's compelled by a lot of pressures, not the least of which is poor public policy. So we're in the public policy business. That's what we're doing. And I would suggest that if all we do as a result of output is demonstrate more poor public policy by okaying a template for future energy production that inevitably increases prices, we have gravely missed the mark. That is poor public policy once more coming to play. And our real job is to figure out how to create public policy that has a sense of the future, at least with the degree of competency that assures that we're going to wring out all the costs associated with these applications and new technologies to the point that we can assure ratepayers and taxpayers both that we will not be eating up their pocketbooks simply because we haven't been patient, we haven't been studied, nor have we been sufficiently good stewards to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, gang, I think we should break for lunch. So thank you for this, the morning. A couple of adjustments we're gonna make. Permission to give you 45 minutes for lunch and not a full hour. Is that okay? All right, frankly, I'm always looking at you because like we need time to actually have the informal conversation. I'm good, all right. Yeah.
Can I just say one very brief comment?
All right.
Not related to this, which is just to really make a point of thanking everybody who has come from afar, especially people who made the trip all the way from Portland down here. And staff, because I feel like this is the first time this group has come to our communities down here. I hope you take a chance to go out and look at the ocean from here and maybe take a moment to understand why people have concerns about offshore wind here. I'd also like to point out that like right outside the door, we have the most beautiful blooming Western azalea right now.
Yes,
I have
take
my
a sniff.
Azalea Festival coming up in Brookings in a couple, next weekend, which is, it's a big thing that happens here, but the Western azalea is also a beautiful rare plant that grows in our amazing backcountry here. It's a true botanical highlight of Oregon, and you can smell it right outside the window. So just wanted to.
And when did you have to leave?
I have to leave probably a little bit after 3, like 3:15.
Towards the end of lunch,
Yeah.
after you've gotten a chance to eat, would you be willing just to walk us out and show us the azalea?
Right out there, yeah.
I'm sure it's obvious, but it would be fun to have you show us. And then similarly, it stays light pretty late. We'll end at 5. So if we wanted to kind of self-organize like a place to go see, if there was an important viewpoint or something like that we could.
Give some ideas for that.
Yeah, Katrina or anybody else, if you all have some ideas.
So in the visual simulation, we'll pick some spots that are like across the street, down the road. People want to see.
Okay, so we'll self-organize some of that, but thank you all very much. Okay, so for folks online, and here in the room, we're gonna reconvene at 1:30. So take a stretch to get outdoors. Hopefully you have your version of a Western azalea that you can go check out over. But we'll see you back at 1:30. We have lunch set up inside the kitchen, so feel free to go ahead and grab. And then, back here at 1:30. Thanks, everybody.
Could I ask for folks online, if you're hopping off, when you come back on, include that RT prefix to your name? It helps out with the organization with the breakout groups. So if you're hearing me, greatly appreciate it. So enjoy lunch.
And then Eva, you were asking about whether we're going into breakouts at 1:30. We'll have a quick orientation and then, yeah, pretty quickly at 1:30, we'll go into breakouts.
Great, thank you.
Hey, online friends, we'll get started here in about 5 minutes, so enjoy the rest of your lunch and I'll come back and bug you in a bit.
Copy that.
All right.
Then we'll create those problems.
Trevor, how was your lunch?
Mine was pretty simple. Re-upped on the coffee and had an apple. So nothing too exciting over here.
Sometimes fuel is good.
Yeah. I got some crackers here on the side that's been keeping me going though. So.
Listen out on some sandwiches.
And how about you, Ashley? You have good lunch?
I put this thing here and then
Was that a question for me? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
I was asking how your lunch was.
But I have a place.
Oh, good. Just took a nice walking downtown Coos Bay and try to get ready for weekend events that are happening out in the community.
Nice. All right. All right. So this morning we focused on section 1 and 2. Welcome back. We focused on section 1 and 2 this morning. We're gonna switch the agenda around a little bit. We had intended to talk to you a little bit about section 3, which are the bullet points diagram. If we have some time towards the end, there was 2 key pieces of feedback we wanted on that section 3. One was just like we've asked a couple times in the past, are those waypoints correct? Is there anything missing? In the beautiful blue container here, we actually have the waypoint diagrams printed out in the meeting last night and so we can pull those out if we want. But also just some feedback on kind of the diagrammatic approach would be good. But I'm gonna move that to the end of the meeting. Instead, we're gonna be kind of back on the agenda based on what we have teed up for 1:30, which is really diving into section 5 of the document. I'm gonna ask Jeff to just give us a quick kind of 1-minute reorientation to section 5, but again, that's the section talking about the objectives, strategies, and actions, and then we'll go into breakout. There's 8 overall objectives, so we just have this broken up into 2 parts. The first part is gonna look at meaningful engagement, supporting communities, new economic opportunities and workforce. The second part is gonna look at cultural and archaeological resources, protecting the environment, achieving energy objectives, and optimizing permitting. For moderators, if you need to jump around a little bit, no problem, but try and stay within those 4 topic areas before block. Given how much, let me check in on the report backs. I love the report backs. And I've never once in the history of this group kept it under 45 minutes. So I'm inclined to do a little bit less of the reporting back off this section. But I'll check in with the moderators in small groups to see how we're doing. So moderators, just make sure you're capturing really good notes in case we don't get a chance to report on. Does that sound okay?
Are you saying that if we didn't report back, that the alternative would be that the moderator provide the notes directly to Jeff?
I want the moderators to provide the notes directly to Jeff anyway.
Okay.
Because we're not reporting back, I want to make extra sure the moderators are taking really good notes. Yeah, because I think that gives us more time for conversation. Jeff, you want to reorient us a little bit to section 5? You want to show your slides to kind of walk back through some of the pieces? Great, just remember to share your screen.
Good. All right.
Got it, perfect.
All right, so once again, section 5 of the document is broken out into the topic areas. I'm calling the title the objective, but that's really just taking the topic area from House Bill 4080. For a future revision, we may simplify the title of each objective, but for now, I'm keeping it as close as I can to the language from 4080. Within each objective, I tried to bin and bucket actions within these strategies. So the hierarchy within each objective area is strategy is kind of a thematic bundle of, well, what is something we want to accomplish? Well, we want to have state-led community outreach and engagement across multiple phases of offshore wind development. And then when we get into the action phase, these are things that the roadmap can recommend that either a state agency perform or that the legislature consider action on. Whether there are activities that could occur or a study or an exploration. Those are the kinds of things that constitute actions. And I pulled those from the conversations that I've heard here, from looking at other roadmaps and seeing if there was anything that just looked appropriate, from focus group conversations I've had, or just from stewing in this topic for quite a while and all the research and things that bubble up saying, well, that sounds like maybe it's a good idea. So hopefully a lot of these things are familiar to you. If it's not familiar and you say, where this doesn't belong here, get it out of here. It's good to know. Or if you look at the series of actions under a particular strategic area and you feel like something is missing, that's really good to know too. And then when I get to writing this out as a fleshed out document, each one of these would have its own narrative. The strategy piece would have a narrative talking about, like, for instance, with outreach and engagement, it's very important to the state of Oregon that we have outreach and engagement and it connects to these policies that we already have as a state. And here are ways in which outreach and engagement would already be a part of any future related to offshore wind. But in addition, we've identified some additional actions that we could recommend out of the roadmap, and here's what they are. And then each action would describe what it is and why it's important. So keep that in your mind, that what you're looking at now is kind of at the heading level, but that there would be that coming here. Let me see if there's another one. I think like new economic opportunities. Some actions could be identifying as beneficial to coordinate California and Washington, for instance, something that we've talked about already this morning. Or developing a supply chain registry for the state where we're compiling that list of who could be available to participate in the supply chain. And then coordination stuff, a port readiness plan could be like a product that the roadmap recommends get developed. That we ourselves in the roadmap process don't have the capacity or time to do it, but we can always point to it as saying, this is an important part of our future over the next 4 to 5 years to help us decide whether we're moving to the next phase. Environment and species is another one I'll just give a moment to. So for instance, under strengthening the state and local policies, I have just kind of a placeholder there of amending our territorial sea plan and other policies as applicable to address gaps. So there would be a connection between section 4 where we're identifying policy gaps, and we have a specific recommendation to open the book on part 5. We recognize that's going to take some time and some resources, but here's what you can get out of it. Similarly, local governments, the work that Cynthia has been doing, working with local cities and counties, try to find out what their gaps might be. There might be some recommended action and resource needs to actually do something about those. And I mentioned too, that identifying suitable sea space is a recommendation that was more fleshed out that you all saw back in April. So again, thinking about what this might look like in a final document, imagine that each one of these actions has a narrative going along with it, similar to what you saw in April for the marine spatial planning meetings. And then uncertainty and risk is probably a pretty rich one to talk about because it has a lot of the meat of research agenda, research collaborative, adaptive management, all that fun stuff. And then similarly, I think the energy and climate policy, including the path to development, has a lot of pieces in it that are either products and studies the state could perform to help to answer that question of what would it take for the state to be taking those next steps and what would the needs be, so we can identify where investments need to be made and who's involved and all of that. So yeah, is it relatively clear what is meant when we're talking about a strategy versus an action versus an objective? Okay. And this is wide open for any feedback you all have.
I think that you have articulated the distinct or the definitions for these strategies and actions are more clear than they are for dilemmas. And I think in the document right now, what you have binned as a dilemma is a lot more mushy and ill-defined as what you have as an action. So I would just steer you to looking at what you're characterizing as the dilemma, because dilemma could also be, some of the stuff is in there, I don't have specifics at the moment, but it's like, well, is this a dilemma? Or is this an opportunity? Is this an obstacle? But but I had a hard time applying this concept of dilemma to all the bullets that had been presented under that category earlier in the document.
Okay. Well, maybe when we get to the section 3 discussion, that's where the dilemmas lie. We can go back and focus on it a little bit more. My concept of a dilemma is, this is something we want. And the discussion we've had so far, people indicated they wanted it at some stage in the process, or they wanted it to be provided by some agency or entity. But that's not how things currently work in the timeline, or maybe we won't have a federal agency who's willing to put down money for that. What do we do then? Does that mean we don't move forward because we put it on our path and we don't have the resources for it? Or are there other ways that we can address those? So it's more about like timing and resources.
So Jeff, is it also fair to think about, at least the way that dilemmas are framed right now in this discussion concept, are where there are points of tension or just uncertain how to deal with that in the roadmap?
Yep.
And it may be in the draft roadmap, that those don't exist anymore. It just becomes the narrative conversation underneath the direction under the alternative scenario, the futures. Yeah. So I think you were just trying to be pretty transparent about, hey, this is not crystal clear. These are dilemmas we're wrestling.
Yeah.
Okay. Either online or in the room, any more orientation to section 5 that we need to give you before we send you to breakouts? Because we're gonna ask you 2 primary questions, which is, given the objectives, strategies, and actions, what's missing? So most importantly, we want to make sure we have a complete set, because when we have a complete set, folks can react to it. And then also, if there are changes or adjustments that you need to make, also want to hear that too, but most importantly, what's missing. Any other orientation? Okay, so we're gonna, Trevor, how are you doing on getting ready for breakout?
Good. I'll say 2 things. The first thing is the groups are going to be a little bit different than the earlier session. That's just me kind of randomly reassigning as folks logged off and logged back on. And then the second one is, sound like Jeff swapped out for Turner. So Jeff, because you're the host, you have to manually go into your group when I create the breakout session. You'll see your name labeled, just manually go in. I can't automatically assign you, but other than that, ready to go.
Well, hold on, before you do it, Trevor and Jeff, how did we lose any participants over lunch? Do we still need the 5 breakout rooms?
We lost a few. We're at about 4 to 5 per group right now. So
okay, let's keep with 5. Let's keep with 5.
Yep.
All right. So all right, we're gonna go, let's say to 2:15. So about half hour, and then I'll check in. More than likely, we'll bump that back to 2:30. Just being realistic. So when you see me checking in, that's our 2:30, but really 2:45. All right. So go ahead and open up the breakouts here in the room. We're gonna do the same group. So if you're with Cynthia, stay here. If you're with Quay, stay where you were. If you were with Lisa, Cynthia, stay where you are. Moderators, if you want to take your groups outside or somewhere else, no problem. Just tell me where you end up going. You don't have to stay where you were. Just don't ditch people.
all right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the breakout.
Yeah. I move you guys over this, just so you might know the job. Yeah, I think there's a plug over there. Did you want us? Yeah, those 2 tables.
People in our group, can we just add to the front group?
Going over here.
Have to share others as well. We have only 3 people. Join other groups.
3 to 4. Yeah, sure.
4.
Yeah, knock yourself down. No, I take it back. No, stay where you are. Because what I was hearing from the other groups is not everyone was getting a chance to voice what they needed to say. So stay with, even if you're only three, but. It's good. There's that.
Good. It's great for a 20%, right? It's all those who need it. Tips. Yeah. Well, y'all, I've got the documents. I don't know how you were working to break this before. We just need to roll through the full document and you can just tell me what you like and what you don't. Just mark it aside. Is that the way to do it, or would you rather do it a little bit?
Yeah, it's fine. The last one is on the end, that's not going to happen.
Oh.
We need to see it on the that would, that group, they don't do it.
Busy.
I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing anything.
Hey, Dean, it's Bobby. Let me
Bye,
get
Bobby.
you. Hey, you didn't, were you in a breakout group?
Yeah, first time.
Oh, the first time. Okay, that's where everyone is. Let me, do you remember whose group you were with?
No, not offhand.
Was it a guy talking?
Yep.
Okay, that's one of two options. I'm gonna send you over to Andy's group.
It wasn't
Uh,
Andy's group.
Brett?
It was not Andy's group.
Was it Brett's group?
Must have been.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, like you then do the favor.
Assign to Brett. All right, there you go. Did you?
Includes spatial.
Hey Laurel, hey Oscar, how are you all doing?
And can't have that, then, maybe some suitable examples.
So folks are in breakout sessions right now.
Next
I
time,
just
walk.
sent her over to Trevor's where she said she was
Okay,
for lunch.
thanks, Mandy.
And it just seems like you have to real
Hey, guys, I don't know if it's too late to pop me into a breakout room. I had to jump off.
So at this point.
No problem. I'm gonna move you in with Jeff. We're just getting ready to switch topical areas.
Okay.
I don't know if there are other items we can put in here now, or if we should just wait.
Or should I just wait? I can just wait.
No, I'm gonna move you over.
Okay.
See like this kind of process. Both the training programs and everything.
Mandy, are you online?
Oh, I'm here too if you need something.
I was just wondering about the timing, if you have any idea when the rooms might close.
About 3:15 is what I'm looking at right now.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you.
Huh?
any research on contact vibration, it happens. It's like feeding into that discussion and how to feed it from resolving there, motivated as part of my nature. They're all the very, you got the question. Hey, we're kind of do this. How would you ask this question? Yes, we love this. We feel like we for last week done question that was whole thing. Here's how you structure it. Really trying to.
Yeah. It's like, there's a way to see the time because I never this but second the range is also best to great
All right. Have Trevor, how'd that go for you all? Did you get at least to touch on all eight of the objectives?
Yep, we were able to get through all 8. Maybe, a mile wide, an inch thick, maybe 2 inches thick. But we were able to touch on at least get some comments in for each of the 8 objectives.
We got through most of them.
Great.
We were able to get through them all.
All right, that's great. Okay, thanks, Brian. How about you, Andy? Nice.
Yeah, we touched on all of them briefly. And Jason's gonna be our report out. I need to drop for another call. So
You're all good. You're gonna hear me out loud here in a second about whether we're gonna do report out or not, or how best to.
all right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Take care, Andy. Thank you. All right, Jeff, are you with us?
I'm here.
All right. How'd your group do? Get a chance to touch on those things?
We got through 6 of the 8. But
Okay. All right, and then Sophia, how about for you?
We got to all of them, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for moderators, if you feel like you didn't get to all 8, so Jeff is an example, if you had a Google Doc or you're taking notes, maybe you could just make a quick note of who was in your group and just send them a note right after today, so that they can just add some pieces in there.
We did that. Like I said, if in case they would like to add something else, they can.
That's perfect, yeah, and so like Trevor and Ella or Jason, if you've got a link from whatever Andy had, you just share something around, and that way. If folks have something like, this is like in the next 4 to 12 hours, right? Because otherwise we're gonna have a bigger opportunity for comment. This is just something while it's fresh, so it doesn't get lost. All right. Just while we're also getting our other 2 groups back in the room, I'm gonna think out loud. Jeff, with you in particular a little bit, and then folks online also welcome to chime in. I'm inclined not to do report outs. And instead talk a little bit about section 3 in the context of engagement and some feedback on the diagrams, and to think a little bit about what we want to focus June 17th on and talk next steps. But I wanted to check in with you or anybody online. How's that feel? It's always value to hear what everybody said, because the conversations were very different. And we've got about another hour for that.
Yeah, dilemma. I'm okay with it, and if we find ourselves with time later, we'll want to go back. Great. There's also a version where it's like, tell me one thing, but.
I always fail with that.
Yeah.
It's true.
All right, I will trust your judgment.
Okay, all right. Hey, Jason, Jason Bush, since you were our honorary reporter outer, how's that feel to you? Is that we just promised to do really good notes and turn them around pretty quick and have some full group discussions to close this out?
And that's fine. We took some, I was just organizing the extensive notes that Andy sent over to me in the chat. You can see them all, by the way, in the chat. I just pulled them into a document. I'm happy to send that over to you. But I think that's fine. I think that one comment though, Mike and I had a good long conversation about the nature of good engagement, and it applied. We were speaking specifically around fisheries, but I think the concepts apply across the board to all the interested communities. And I think that our takeaway point on there is that we all know we can do better in terms of what good engagement looks like. One that is transparent and accountable. And for us, I feel like that was probably we spent probably half our time talking about that specific things because it's been a fundamental problem and it is something that is manageable. We can actually improve that, but it's dependent upon the states. It's up to the state to do that. BOEM is never going to be able to do that for us. So we need to make this a priority for the state.
All right. Thank you for that. And the nice part about doing meaningful, authentic engagement is that's something you can do regardless of where you feel like you need to end up. So Jeff, let's give folks a 10-minute break, and then come back and pull up that slide on engagement from section 3, and then use that to let the groups report out on the actions around meaningful engagement. And we can use it to populate that slide. Okay. Okay. So folks online, why don't you take a 10-minute stretch break? And we'll be back at 3:38. Okay, 3:38. We'll come back and talk a little bit. All right. See you soon. So folks here in the room too, kind of on a break anyway, but 3:38.
It's like, oh, I do three, I go see back for a while.
Well, you should go out and get some fresh air. Yes, you should, but you don't have to.
Bobby, your mic's on if
Yeah.
you're good. Okay.
I was just about to tell jokes about you, Trevor, but I won't.
I was gonna
Please,
say.
please go ahead, continue.
Gary.
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started.
Yeah, that doesn't deserve validation. Like, it's like the weird self.
Let me see if I can find that.
I had been wondering why these things were called holes. But it never came home to me until sitting here, stable, right? Next to the thing. Just staring at it. You know, that's what I kind of-
You know what else? You know what else it does? When you turn it on, it hoots at you.
Oh, does it really?
It does.
Yeah, so.
All right. Let's all come back together. Home stretch here. One more hour together. All right.
Is that all?
That's it.
This is my
The
new
day-
home. I live here.
The day has completely flown by. So for me, the day has completely flown by. Hey, Trevor, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right, and then I'll do a better zoom here on the slide in just a second. But just in chatting with folks, for section 5, moderators are just gonna get really good notes over to Jeff. We're not gonna do a full report out. But it seems like there was a lot of robust conversation on what does meaningful engagement look like. And if folks remember what we talked about, I think it was Lincoln City, we started mapping out what the elements of meaningful engagement would be. And you all asked us to bring back some of those elements mapped out on the different phases of offshore wind development, because like when you're talking with tribes, or you're talking with fishermen, or you're talking with local governments and local people, you're gonna be doing that at the siting stage, at the leasing stage, at the decommissioning stage. There's some of these streams that go all the way through all phases, right? And so you had asked us to bring back, like, put that on one map of like what all. This was our first effort at doing that, so I'm gonna zoom in. If you don't mind, I'm gonna sit down and drive. Is that okay for folks in the room?
Go for it.
Okay. Apologize for having my back to you.
We're really offended.
Well, I'm apologizing, doesn't mean you have to take.
I've got his full attention.
Yeah, I mean, John's not whining about it. All right. So, you're all good.
Focused on it.
And so Trevor, I'm gonna try and zoom in here a little bit more. You tell me when it feels like it's big enough. How does that look like to you?
Look, so try maybe one more click in there.
How's that looking to you?
Yeah, if you're going to be scrolling through, then I think that's good.
Okay, I'm trying to get it to where I can take live notes at the same time. And then how does that look like for you at the back?
I can't read it.
Okay.
Is it available to us somewhere that we can pull it up on?
Yeah, on that.
Screens? Okay.
Yeah.
You put it into like slide mode and you can make.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I can't type in it when it's there.
Oh, you're right, I see what you're saying, yeah, okay, good point. Yeah.
The meeting.
Yeah. All right, I'll drop it into chat here. If you're in the room and want to get on electronically, you can, if you just register via the Zoom. Otherwise, just put your listening ears on and I'll walk you through it. Or move closer, one of the two. All right. Sorry, I've got a lot open here, just trying to get it out of the way. So as we were looking at all the range of comments coming back around meaningful engagement at the different stages, they seem to bucket into a couple of overall themes, and so I wanted to test just those overall themes. And then I can walk through some of the individual elements, but mostly I'd like to kind of maybe do a round of report outs around the section 5 feedback you all gave around the strategies and actions under meaningful engagement. And we can type it right into this slide. But for example, the 4 kind of elements that seem to come up quite a bit was shared understanding. So how do you have meaningful engagement so that folks have the same base of information? Like, I just have fundamental questions about how offshore wind works. What are the effects? What are the benefits? And just providing that common base of understanding. The next is making sure that community, whether that's a community of place, a community of interest, has what they need to articulate their vision for the future and their interests and what they want. So that's kind of under the banner of community engagement. Then there's public participation in government decisions. So that's more not just articulating what folks want, but actually giving formal public comment, engaging in rulemaking, doing all of the things that actually influence a government decision, which can be really similar to community engagement, but has a slightly different flavor on how people show up. And then the last element that we flagged was tribal consultation and engagement. This one, in talking with Jeff, we kind of went back and forth on whether this fits in the meaningful engagement category or something separate. Right now, it's both and, right? Tribes are sovereigns. How we engage with sovereign governments is different. And there's a lot about engagement and consultation there too. So it made sense to kind of have it in there for now. And it's blocked out by the different stages. So for example, under citing, for shared understanding, it's ensuring people have high quality and complete information, and then addressing misinformation were 2 themes that came out of the conversation in Lincoln City. Community engagement, just have a clear plan that defines who's in charge of leading community engagement, who's participating, how those folks are participating, and for what purpose at each phase. So it's just really clear at every stage going on who's doing what, who's showing up, how are they showing up, and why. So you're not bringing people together for no reason.
Bobby, could you go back up a little bit?
Yes.
Under shared understanding, as it relates to leasing, my experience with the public outreach and engagement for the BOEM process that we have as our example is that people don't understand the process, that, you know, the steps of the leasing process as much as the understanding of the information that we use to make a decision. So I think that common understanding of the process is important as well.
Perfect. Hold comments like that. Let me orient folks to this. And then that's exactly the kind of feedback I was hoping for. So, and then under like community engagement, I mentioned the plan. This is something that I've heard even today is there's been a lot of comments submitted over the last year plus, making sure you're gathering those. And so we're not asking folks to repeat what they might have said before. We're acknowledging it's like, okay, yeah, you've said this before. This came up too is kind of the who around engagement is likely to be quite different for transmission and some of the shoreside work than the offshore work or nearshore work. And public participation, just clear roles and authorities for participants. So if you're showing up to a government process, you know whether you're just providing a comment and being consulted or whether there's some sort of decision-making share authority that's being shared. And then clear points where the public can influence decisions so the public knows when to show up for what they want to try and accomplish. And that meetings and comment methods are accessible, whether that's stipends, whether it's linguistic accessibility, whether it's meeting during the day or at night, all those kinds of things. And then for tribal consultation and engagement, early on, talking about kind of maintaining that tribal table, so there's a forum, then later on, formal consultation, all the way through. So that's just some of the different pieces. I can give more, but I think maybe, Jeff, at this point, we can just kind of open it up to maybe do a round of report outs from moderators and groups, and we can type in here. I'm already seeing activity in chat, so, which I'm not monitoring.
I have one question. I don't see where there is any reporting back or ways of having somebody understand how their input was dealt with. Either responded to, incorporated in, or ignored. Usually you're not gonna say they ignored it, but it was on point or it wasn't on point. How is that captured in this diagram?
It's at the moment, there's just a note under the leasing, under public participation, to show how comments do or do not influence decisions. If there's a different way we can say that, we can totally say it differently.
If I, it's Bobby. The things that you're looking for feedback for, are you looking for more like principle type of information, or are you looking for actual actions that fit under these different umbrellas that need to happen at different stages, or?
I think both.
Okay.
Yeah, both is fine. So maybe we just start off with Sophia and your group. You guys talked about kind of some of the broader community engagement. You know, thinking of this framework here, if we've got the kind of the different themes, what were some of the actions that you all talked about relative to meaningful engagement?
Start with my chair.
Well, some to what we just heard, we kind of felt like BOEM or whoever is receiving the input needs to explain what they did with that input, all the feedback that they got, how they responded, how did they accept our suggestion? Did they point out that no, that wasn't feasible, but instead of it just being submitted into a vacuum that we never hear anything about, we want to know how the feedback for meaningful engagement. It should be a two-way street. We should know what happened to our comment, and did it get understood? Is there a problem with our idea that it makes it unworkable?
That sounds good. And is that something that should happen anytime a formal comment period happens?
Well, if you want meaningful engagement, that's what I think meaningful engagement means.
I think it's throughout the process, the steps, so you have it under leasing, but I wouldn't want it to be limited to that. It's absolutely important during siting, it's important during planning, which is what we're, so.
It needs to be timed.
At all caps, it needs to be all caps, Bobby.
The problem with not doing it from the get-go is you would lose credibility, and you need to start it at the beginning and make sure that it carries through. You don't want to be digging yourself out from a hole, they're not paying attention.
Can I offer an observation, maybe a question? If you're not inside a formal process where there's a decision document made, there's not often a venue for an agency to say, we received comments, and here's what we had to say about it. For us, we did our federal consistency review of the BOEM leasing, and in our decision letter, we included responses to comments. I imagine BOEM had something similar, if I remember right. But if you're just in the siting phase and people are asking questions, like, for instance, we offered the question box, but I'm still trying to figure out how to formally include those and respond to those. Do I put them in the roadmap document? Do we make a separate document that we put on our website? But there are gonna be these like non-formal phases of the process where you're still looking for that two-way dialogue to be recorded somehow. And if you have ideas of ways to do that outside of formal opportunities, Whether that's an FAQ or something, or other.
Oh, I was gonna say, included as an appendix.
Yeah, we can do that too, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on whether or not that two-way dialogue is just a clarification, question relative to some sort of fundamental policy concern or that sort of thing. It's, if the objective of this, community engagement is to bring information, then clarifying questions is easily done in outside of some formal decision-making process. But there's also that set of engagement that starts to get into that legal standing kind of category, which has to be handled by agencies differently, because there's a formal comment period, you know, where they actually open up testimony and formally close testimony. That's a different process. It's part of community engagement, but having this open FAQ dialogue thing is good for elevating collective understanding of the project.
And that is on this, the difference between community engagement and public participation is trying to get at that difference of. Public participation, at least how it's used here, is where there's formal government decision making that's subject to the administrative procedures and such.
Yeah, I just wanna quickly reflect, like, I'm kind of, we'll play this conversation, but there is a difference between public input, the public process versus a community dialogue or dialogue that we're having here. Well, I don't know by design, but for sure, like, anyone articulated, like any public process or input process where you're testifying is meant to feel like squeaky wheel, right? Issue your point, you know, get a bunch of as many people to raise their points, usually get different sides. That is very different from like the nature of the conversation, the quality of the conversation we have. And sometimes folks want to be heard. Public input process is not like, we hear you. We're like, all right, 2 minutes, next person. That is, you know, just like challenges the structure that we have. The other part is like people, I also feel like are seeking collaboration in public engagement. Input is different than collaboration, so we'll have contracts that are gonna come up. You know, one of the opportunities for community to review and select potential contracts where would relate to public engagement. I think those are good opportunities. Like if we're gonna have specific focus on engaging certain affinity groups, whether they be fishing, whether they be labor, or whether it's like, it would be good to sort of explore the viability of where public engagement could look like public collaboration, where the outcome could be better quality of engagement, of sort of quality of engagement. So just wanted to offer those suggestions. Again, I could see this living in every section, but I think that's more intentional and just an additional step that I think it's often, I think, ignored, and that opportunity could be a way to engage community in a new different way.
Just for the example, Mike said about common understanding. Yes, from the beginning, everyone need to understand the process and terms and definitions, so we are all on the same page. And maybe would be really, I'm thinking, in the beginning of each section, to help to do that, you can put diagram or picture or cartoons, like, let's say, if we're talking about permitting process, let's say, for example, section. We have this old picture to see the whole element in the room, not just part, before we go to the subsection. Maybe like, okay, permitting system, and we have that diagram or picture, like, which actually see more. I mean, just to give some visualization, or if it's missing process, just diagram how it's all process. And then we can go if we need to. Community, what stakeholders involved, what groups of communities, consulting, is it coastal community drives and etc. Maybe it would help and to read the text.
Thank you. Going online, Jason, I know your group had spent half the time, kind of coming up with principles around meaningful engagement. You want to share some of the thoughts that you guys came up with on that?
Sure, and I'll start by observing that much of what we just heard there is reflects conversation that Mike and I had and Susan had with Andy. So I don't want to be redundant. But I think that the takeaway that we would offer was that you can't expect BOEM to provide the level of the quality of engagement that we want to see, that we expect to see as interested participants. The system doesn't work that way. BOEM's regulations and their processes don't work that way. So it's highly unsatisfactory to speak for 3 minutes and then get up and walk away and have no idea how that landed or what BOEM's going to do with that information. And so, so what's the alternative? And I think maybe what we discussed was how important it is then for the state to take a leadership role in gleaning the information and ensuring that that BOEM has received it and has processed it and responded to it in some manner. What else is there? I mean, what else do you do, right? So, one thing I'd mention is, in California, it was a very interesting experience there when the initial lease areas came out in the North Coast and the Central Coast. There was this reaction we heard from groups, environmental groups in particular, that asserted that they didn't understand why those particular areas had been selected. This is of course following on, the public meetings and the data collection and all that went on in advance of that for several years. And then, I approached BOEM about this, like, are you all hearing what I'm hearing, which is that folks are dissatisfied with the way BOEM has made these decisions. They haven't been transparent about it. And BOEM was keen to point me to their decision document that was online that did respond to issues and concerns, and how they respond and what their answers to these things were. So in some ways, we need to help BOEM help themselves, and that's where the state can step in and be a little bit more proactive about starting these processes earlier. We heard from fishing community how unsatisfying it is to be asked, days before the wind energy areas are announced, to have only then what they considered meaningful consultation. So those were some of the things we heard. Let me look at my notes. We talked about the importance of that process, process writ large, but that also, there has to be accountability. Process can be used. Look, was an environmental lawyer. We use environmental laws to stop projects, and you do so on the basis of process, especially NEPA. And so at the same time, process is important for transparency and legitimacy in government decision making, but at the same time, you have to make decisions and move forward and do things. So how do you ensure that the process is complete and that we've received the information and now we're moving on? Let me see if there's anything else here that's any really different. And that's I think about it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Mike,
Thanks,
feel free to weigh in if he wants to supplement that.
Yeah, go for it, Mike. What do you got?
Well, I lived this thing through, and I'd have to say that while I'm hearing stuff that isn't wrong necessarily, the context is a little off. When I first, not first, but after a couple of meetings with BOEM, I was asked by one of the head person for Oregon at that time, Dr. Whitney, I can't remember if that's her last name or first name, but she wanted to get together and meet people in the fishing community. And she asked me how I go about that. And I set up about 7 different meetings that could have taken place with various people who were, I guess, rock stars in the industry. Heather Mann was one of them. it went on for a year, and well, my supervisor said we'd better hold off, and came down about several days before, I think it was the WEA announcement or disclosure. I guess that they were going forward with the leases. I can't remember the exact circumstance, but, and they did this rapid fire, 3 meetings, I think Coos Bay, I don't remember if it was Brookings or Newport and Astoria, I guess. And everybody was mad that they'd gone a different direction from what they said they were gonna do. I think in the meantime, there was a book that came out, How to Engage with the Fishermen, or something to that effect. And it was just about Oregon. It was specific to Oregon. And they had some really good stuff in there, about getting out and meeting individual people in the fishing industry, about having dialogue, real dialogue, where you sit down at a table and you might spend a few hours going back and forth so I could understand our industry better. And none of it, they did not live by any of that. And I'm not blaming the people as much as just the mandate that they had to get the job done and don't worry about the bodies on the side of the road. But as this went on, and we had all these meetings, I probably sat through 30 or 40 webinars, some other in-person meetings. More and more people, their anger just became on display when they got up there. 3 minutes, you didn't hear anything that was really constructive. It was just angry people. And never once have I heard from anybody that said they got a response from Boehm back. So if somebody did somewhere along the line, I think that that's good, but we certainly didn't see it. We put in, well, one of these Federal Register requests, there were over 1,000 replies from Oregon, and almost all of them were, that they didn't like what Boehm was doing, and not anything in any of that did they respond to. We asked them. I said, "Did you read our letters that we sent in?" And they said, "Yeah." "Well, do you have a response?" Well, for some reason they didn't have one. So it just goes on like this, or it went on like this for the whole time. And it became apparent that the only thing they wanted to do was lease out properties. And that's what they were there for. The rest of it was just show. So that's why people ended up with the attitudes they did, including myself. So the people, a lot of those people that we saw from Boehm, people went out and had a beer afterwards and whatnot, but there was just nothing accomplished as far as the government agency to the public to engage the way that they laid out for themselves. Didn't happen. So that's more or less the background, probably less.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mike. So just kind of a question for folks online and here. If we think about kind of those 4 umbrella areas to pay attention to in community engagement, having shared understanding, having kind of clear methods for people to show up, say what they need to say, then having clarity around formal public participation, responding to what people are saying, and then tribal consultation. Are those okay as like 4 organizing themes? And then I want to also point out some of the new stuff that you guys raised in Lincoln City that's in here too, that go beyond kind of the really early stages of having real clear plans, because you articulated some things about ensuring ongoing accountability through the adaptive managed process too. So I want to point those out.
Our group talked, I don't know if this is covered in those 4 categories, it's fresh for me, but our group talked a lot about needing to tap into local organization, and that might not even include the state in that conversation. And so we talked a lot about that. And I don't know, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe others in our group could say more articulately than I could, but I don't know if that's covered in what you have. So I just wanted to bring that into the room because I think it's an important point, especially since we're here today in Brookings. And this is an area of the coast that needs to be, you know, in that conversation. And so how do we do that at a community level when, you know, we're coming at it from, for the roadmap, at least from the state level, you know, how do we account for that?
And the conversation is different with governments in the room.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of where that came from too was in a big group setting. It's not easy for every different perspective type to feel like they can speak up, you know, and then there was this talk of meeting fatigue and people not wanting to do meetings, and that's when I was like, well, there are existing affinity groups, I really like that phrase, that they get together and communicate with each other on a regular basis, and if like there's a way for either the Sea Grant or Jeff from DLCD to like come into that space on their schedule and be like, okay, we're here to have like kind of like a focus group session on offshore wind development or the roadmap, excuse me, in Oregon, like that could be a way that's really sensitive and accessible and creates a space where you can actually hear what people may not say in like a big public meeting. You know what I mean? So like that's, anyway, that was probably way too much context for this level of the conversation, but that's where it was coming.
And I'm just gonna add with the communications with our local staff, government staff. It's also been highlighted the community engagement or public education and outreach. And not necessarily by the local government, you know. So it's not always their responsibility, but you know, maybe sometimes they'd be willing to do that outreach, but. So just to add that local component.
And you all have said that before, that have the right messenger for the right reason at the right time.
Yeah, that is a trusted group.
So Grant Peace and then Lynn.
Just, I guess, now it's part of this conversation, but one thing kind of reflecting on this feedback, another angle of, I see a benefit of sort of a community driven, media led process between different boards. And I kind of sort of pick on the experience of the informal offshore wind group that's before this period. Like it was kind of interesting to work with different groups like the Trawler or like Renewable Northwest, and we all create an agenda and then invite public agencies to present. In that format, you're like, you're helping set the agenda, or in that format, you're able to say, hey, we might not agree on all issues, but here are like 3 things we would like them to talk about and be on. And you know, just juxtapose that to a public meeting, right? Here, we're not, as a community, we're not really setting the agenda. It's, here's the agency saying, hey, we got these 3 things, you gotta hit because of this legislative mandate or this thing, so we gotta hit these things. So there's always an expectation there where community's always gonna be unsatisfied, but if there's a community coalition, you know, there's always power to be like, hey, the LCD, or hey, Oregon Department of Energy, we want to hear these 3 things presented, here's some key questions we're gonna have, we will be prepared. But just, I guess, another sort of building a better idea of the value of maybe like a community coalition or driven group to come together and do the invitation,
So I wanted to go through those categories and run a little stress test to see how those categories would actually, across the spectrum of the public, would allow them to think wisely about what's being proposed. So let's take the lease document that Bone uses. It is the entire project for a leasing area would somehow be encompassed in one document. And how would we look at that document and certify to the public that we know it's good for you? And if we can't do that in our communications, if we can't understand and simplify the nature of those contracts to the point where we can turn to a local county commission group or a city council or an economic development group and say, here are the 15 things that we know is in that lease construct that the state is certified, you will be safe. If we can't do that, then we're missing a great opportunity to hit a home run. Equally, it comes if we put a pro forma out there on a particular site. So we've got the lease, we're negotiating the lease. The reason we're signing the lease is that the state and the BOEM believes that the pro forma demonstrates that this is a healthy undertaking financially. And that it's bulletproof in some areas, maybe some yellow spots, but for the most part, it's bulletproof. Can we, through this communications mechanism to the public, illustrate the health of that pro forma as so that their expectations of success have been fortified by the state as overseers of BOEM. And if this communications mechanism is into process, it allows us to do that. Or we don't have the data simplified in order to put it through that process, then we have much work to do.
Would you also take that a step further that it's like, I just imagine the state of Oregon kind of looking at lease documents where it's like, okay, yeah, it's not, let's say it's the 15 things, the federal consistency review gets it 8 of those right now. And let's say you need to add on to those. Isn't it also, you have enough engagement coming through so that whatever the state says as they look at those is not a surprise to anybody? I guess I'm saying is like, how much, that's a conversation that happens along the way, rather than just relying on the state to look at things and kind of put its stamp of approval,
Bill, what I
right?
heard you say was that there is a relationship between the state and the federal government administration, BOEM, that configures a consistent lease. Now we're talking about how do we turn to the public and simplify that to the point where they are assured that this is a good deal to be a part of. And it's the same with the financial analysis of it. We got the state certification, it's got a blue stamp on it that says, good deal for our community.
Yeah, thank you.
It's that simple.
Yeah, and then you walk back from that, it's like, what would it take to be able to do that?
What I think, one of the things that was missing from the process was the, Oregon Department of Energy did a report 2022. And I thought it was very good because it gave a lot of information. It was never sent out. I mean, it was sent out, but it was, here it is, go read it. And I've given presentations by trying to distill it down to understand it. Just to get information out there, not as a proponent for or against it, but just get that information out. And that was a thing that I thought was a real loss to the process, where there was good information, analysis was there, but it meant that when people came up, Bowman in particular said, so what do you think? You go, about what? Well, and again, it's an information vacuum. It's gonna fill in by whatever they can find out. And it's kind of building on that, got good information. And there are shortcomings to it, but I thought Ogo did a good job of pointing out where some of the limitations were the benefits based on what they can do. What are the drawbacks based on what we know? And then have a better conversation. But I thought that was a resource that was lost. And it's really too bad because I think it ended up a lot of polarization. So how to incorporate good, valid information into the system. And that came from the state. It was Boehm's process, but that's where state had to take an ownership.
Yeah, and I think that's like on that shared understanding of a bit of that element of there's my facts, there's your facts, but what we need are joint facts.
Right.
And you have to go through that a couple of those steps to make sure that you get to the joint facts.
Correct.
Yeah, and then understanding those over time.
And that the state understands that they own it. Yes. That's the big part. You and I can turn to the state and say, my Oregon state government said we were safe as a county going through this process.
Just a couple of reflections. Bill, I plan to mine that report when I'm building section 1 of the roadmap, so it'll live again.
And maybe be updated, because I agree, there's a lot of good information in there that we can help to carry information forward as we continue. To Lynn's point about, putting a blue stamp on, especially the leasing, to say, this is good for Oregon, and this is safe for Oregon. When we were going through the leasing process, there was always this question of who's holding the bag of risk at any given time. And the perspective that I had going into it was that if a developer wants to put money down to purchase a lease that comes with no guarantee that anything actually gets built, that is an action that they are taking at their own risk, and there's not a permanent commitment of resources by the state that anything needs to happen. And we felt comfortable that we had a second opportunity, that we would not be so beholden to the sunk costs that a developer had made at their own risk to feel pressured to let something move forward if, when it was time to make a decision whether something actually gets built or not, if there was not a firm belief that we could put a stamp on it to say it's good. So I think the nature of the decision is different at different phases. But I do understand also through this process that there are different perspectives on what people want to know before you even start the state. And that gets to some of the developers.
And part of what I was hearing is a big ask for the state, which is some statement from the state of Oregon on what those risks are. And that they're known or not known, but some clarity of like, we've looked at this level, and like, here's what the risks are. That's a big deal.
On that, I guess I would say, seems like to me the more appropriate area where to get the right information to do a seal of approval or certification more in the construction operations phase, or plan before that has to be submitted to BOEM that can be reviewed by the state. Because the lease is like, you don't have much of the details. Construction operations plan is like, there you get the details, there you get the potential impacts. They're like, this looks like it's gonna be pretty bad. But I get, that's again, it requires full shared knowledge and transparency, but understanding also from the whole state of the community what this means. And it's like, can we be okay at that stage of the lease that the last resort spot and where you would expect the seal of approval would be on that construction operations phase?
I'm grateful you brought that up. That's sort of like the third leg under the stool. You got the financial statement, you got the lease document, you have the operational description certification. Pretty cool.
But yeah, that would be worth doing. One thing I want to suggest, just hearing from Bill, like, I don't know if this is the model, but in a Superfund site, usually you have EPA convening, usually you have a potential responsible party, even if it's a private party. And usually there's a grant program from EPA that goes to a community area group. So they get to hire their own technical expert. So that contract or grant and contract lives between that technical advisor and that community area group, CAG, I guess. We'll wait correct on this one. So that's an EPA model. I'm not saying that's the model, but I think maybe that gets closer to sort of the shared knowledge, shared understanding, where you have BOEM's understanding, you have the state's understanding. Then you have someone that could be used as the technical advisor, sort of review the materials, like, hey, this is what this means from BOEM, this is what this means from the state. Might be carrying the same information, but obviously, they report back to the community, like, yeah, this is where we think you could weigh in this area. So that's another model. Happy to pull that in and cite that, but that's a model. That's usually funded by the federal government. We would have to figure out what a local model could look like.
Is that party forming the role of a kind of neutral arbiter in that process?
And that was that. I don't think they're a neutral arbiter. I think this is more of a text that either.
Second, I'll reframe it just a second. Oh, the question from John is that like a form of a neutral arbiter, and Grant Feast is starting to say no, but go ahead.
Yeah, in this case, not a neutral arbiter, more of a technical advisor.
Oh, okay.
There are other areas where labor is allocated for consideration of an arbiter in a community benefit agreement or during the adaptive management phase, but we can talk about that later. But yeah, in this case, technical, we're gonna take a look at that.
If you think of access to technical information as a source of power difference, right? If the company can own all the access to expertise, it might have more power. The idea of a technical advisor for the community levels that out.
Well, along with transparency that we're talking about here, in our communications on some important pillars for success is the notion of accountability as well. And so you have the certification by the state, they've got their blue ribbon stamp on that, or that blue colored stamp on it. They are also accountable for the results. That means indemnification of the local communities. If the state is responsible for this, then we know that as a state, we voters, we taxpayers are all responsible for that. And without that accountability, it's just going to be like this between Oregon and the federal government.
Yeah, and so I think this starts getting into what we might want to talk about in future meetings, that role of kind of ongoing accountability, like the idea of bonding, the idea of decommissioning being an important phase, that's in the discussion concept already. Here, at least in the community engagement piece, we've flagged accountability, but it's accountability to stay true to the engagement. Right, so is the engagement working the way people expect it? Did we make agreements on how we would report back on feedback that we got? Can we be accountable to that? The other piece here, and Jeff, you have to tell me if this was in one of your conditions on the lease agreement or not, but you all also offered the idea of there being an ongoing advisory body. So if there is a lease or approved constructions and operations permit, like what's the body that watches that over time, that engages community to make sure everyone's living up to their end of the deal? So that's flagged in here too.
We didn't have that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Jason, then I'll come back to Mike here in the room.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I had the hand up for a little while, but Bobby, your most recent comments there are kind of starting to talk the point that I wanted to highlight, which I'm sitting here hearing this discussion going on about, a state seal of approval, and this makes me uncomfortable. First of all, I don't know what that is. I don't know if such a thing exists, and other than the CZMA consistency determination, and then as is applicable to the COP and in the site assessment plan. In the discussion about process, to me, the highest value that the state can bring to this is early in the process, and that is identifying what an appropriate process looks like. And the only accountability or seal of approval that can come from that is by ensuring that there is a known process, that people agree on what that process looks like and what the accountability looks like. In other words, did BOEM and the other parties respond in the way we expected to hear from that, and address the issues, concerns raised, rather than this sort of vacuum thing where folks are, simply asserting that, they expressed their concerns, but BOEM doesn't respond or just tells them they don't care. That's unacceptable on every level, right? So the standard that I see that is viable is not so much a substantive one about what other people were talking about, is some state seal of approval that this is in fact a good project for Oregon. I don't know, there's no precedent for that as far as I'm aware, but I could be wrong. But what we can do is agree on what a good process looks like and ensure that it's played out as it should be. And when that process is done, then decisions can be made and we can move forward. Otherwise, the process becomes a tool, a bludgeon to continually assert that they don't like the outcome. It isn't really about the process, it's about the outcome. And we all understand that not everyone's going to agree with the decisions that get made one way or the other, but do we continue to go in a do loop because we're just asserting that they didn't like the process or that their concerns weren't heard?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Mike, I saw your hand up here, but I think I also want to start moving us towards June, thinking about what conversations we want to have in June. And I do want to get a little bit of feedback on the diagram graphical concepts. But this last conversation, Jeff, is kind of what I'm hearing. One of the requests at the beginning was like finding areas where the roundtable could actually come to consensus or make some consensus statements around. And this idea of what an expected process or process principles or process steps might be, could be one of those to play with. So anyway, just food for thought to kind of think about.
Okay, well, I mean, if we are gonna talk about June, one of the agenda topics that we've been circulating around is people have talked about wanting to have us talk about the permitting process. Let's do a deep dive on what it actually would look like and what its steps are. And there are things we could hang on that. We could hang the exit ramps conversation on that to say, where would be the formal opportunities for an exit and what do we currently have the ability to exit on at various points in a formal process that we want. Another one could be, we could hang the engagement conversation on the permitting process and say, if this is what it looks like, and these are the different overlapping layers of it, how does that fit with the conversation we've had today and what those expectations would be of the engagement for each part of the process? So maybe that's something we can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel that makes sense to me. Mike and then Randy.
I would just offer that I like the idea that Oregon should lay out a clear process, but I just wanted to drag in the fact that I have also seen people who have come late to the process ambush the process. That was particularly the case for Bone's process in Coos Bay. There was I think it was the last time Bone ever came to Coos Bay, this unheard of, unannounced crowd of people showed up that were all newcomers to a 3-year-old dialogue. There's a reason why movie theaters show the movie more than once. And what I've seen public agencies do is say, well, we had our public meeting, and they tick that box in terms of engagement. So if you're trying to figure about meaningful community engagement, I know you've got little flags there, but you should be aware that there is this phenomenon where people aren't paying attention through an extended, very involved dialogue process and come in minutes before the decision is made with a whole bunch of start from the beginning conversations, and it's really hard. It can derail the process, and perhaps it's done intentionally. So whatever engagement process you have to have, I think it really has to be built with the idea in mind that people are entering the conversation at any stage in the process. And the later it gets into the process, more awkward it is to be responsive to those concerns.
I guess I don't know for DLCD friends, but at least for the processes I'm involved in, that's just happening all the time.
All the time. Might as well plan on it.
Well, and we do, yeah, right, so we just know that like once stuff starts getting more real, people start paying more attention, and that's cool. We're glad you're here, and we'll find ways.
But they're coming in without all that background, common understanding.
That's true, right? Like even just with this roundtable, like we all have relationships and understanding that other folks that haven't been part of this don't have. That's a privilege and it's a challenge when we need to engage a whole new set of folks. So yeah, articulating how best to do that. Okay, Ramfis, and then I want to move us to the next thing, if that's okay.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to, and this might contradict something my opinion, kind of level. I think it's worth, as we're thinking about how we want to recommend community engagement, public engagement. Some of these processes have very traditional processes that we're trying to influence, so how realistic you are to influence them. You know, that it would be good to get a reality check. There's only so much we can do with permitting, like, I don't know if we can say, hey, can we figure out if this is, for this permit, we not allow the permit if the project's unaffordable, or on the energy side, like, you know, someone, you know, I'm just trying to be realistic. You know, if it's like, if that permit has nothing to do with this intended outcome, like, it would be good for us to be having shared understanding with that. And so that we can be effective in the recommendations we give. One thing I want to point out that it does not exist in the different levels of community engagement would be like an off-taker or a procurement. So that's not a policy yet, right? If there were a procurement policy or an off-taker policy for energy or offshore wind energy, that could be a potential area where we could create a community engagement process or a roundtable process, or how we get the community to interview prospective developers and create a potential seal of approval. So anyway, just wanted to sort of, one, reality check what we can or can't do in certain areas when it comes to like maybe permitting or land use, and then maybe identify other areas where maybe the canvas is more blank because the policy doesn't exist yet today. So just wanted to sort of offer that, or just to be constructive and creative here.
Yeah, so Jeff, maybe also for June, when we're thinking about that permitting piece, it's come up a couple of times of like, who has which authority at which stages? And then what some of those thresholds or kind of regulatory thresholds might be on what could be said, or, and then that lets what's that?
And gas.
Yeah, and then that's where I was gonna go next, which is there may be spots of what the group wants to say that is a gap there. Jason, I see you, but I'm gonna move on. If you don't mind.
Actually, it's really quick and it's probably pretty important, I think, because it highlights, I put it in the chat, but just give me 2 seconds here, because, you know, the flagging of the process that the state needs to do related to this leasing or permitting exercise is in fact, you know, hopefully it's not a shocker, but that's exactly what this roadmap is all about, right? The legislature recognized this gap, and that's what we're doing. So that's great input, but that kind of brings us full circle. That shouldn't be that revelatory that we need a state process that was a little better than the last one. And the reason we need that is because, you know, two sides of the same coin of why this is such a new thing, right? This is new. It's new because why? It's new because it's in the ocean. Never before have we developed anything in the ocean. It's federal. Oh, it's all federal. We have had some federal projects come on land and had this leasing issue happen. I made a reference to that earlier, but it's also the scale, right? It's the scale and the federal process, and it's out in the ocean. All those things are new, and that's what the whole point of this roadmap is, to, you know, figure out a process. So thanks, and that's it.
Thanks, Jason, appreciate it. So Jeff, I was gonna get some comments and thoughts on the diagrams. I can share my screen here. Did you want to guide people through that, or you want me to just kind of keep going?
You're driving, keep driving.
Okay.
I don't want to keep talking.
All right. Hold on. Okay. So these were the diagram concepts that would go in section 3. Kind of looking at the waypoints. Would be good to get some feedback. Again, these are just 3 general kind of concepts. So if you all can think about, oh, I really like this one, or I like this aspect of this, or what about this? That'll help us give some feedback to the designer on kind of where we move forward. If you look at the different colors of streams, there might be a stream around meaningful engagement. There might be a stream around good information. You know, however many streams that kind of cut through all of these. the iconography that we would have, you know, whether it's the green circles or the orange triangles, we could use to tie the diagrams back to different sections within the document overall.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah,
So would you have side streams that are merging with the main stream?
the goal is to keep it as simple as possible. So, sure, but I think there's so much information to try and convey. The challenge is gonna be getting it as simple as possible. So the Gantt chart, again, there might be kind of tribal communities and engagement and consultation that occurs through everything. There might be some particular steps that happen leading up to a stage. So this is more linear. This is a third concept that is a little bit more current-like. So river-like, linear-like, current-like. And you can see the different icons that could be used.
I think common to at least 1 and 3 is this idea that there might be parallel streams to represent ongoing activities that come and go at different times in the process, as well as individual points that fit within a phase. That, you know, taking that gate approach that we were talking about before. And then also somehow it's going to connect back to eventually this culminates in a formal process where if certain of these things are not observed, there may be a formal reason to exit, whether that be a pause or a full exit. So trying to communicate all those concepts together.
So are there any of these that sing to you, kind of particular thoughts or ways you might kind of adjust this or questions you have?
And it's going to be used for what?
Well, ultimately, it's the idea of trying to find ways to simplify and communicate what's a lot of document with a lot of strategies and actions. So it would be meant to communicate like, here are all the steps. If you wanted to move on a pathway towards offshore wind, you would need to have all of these things in your satchel at each gate. And then similarly, here are some spots where there might be kind of exit ramps or pauses along the way.
I kind of thought that would be your goal. And looking at this, I not only have to be taught how to use your graph, but then I need to be taught different stages and steps and the interrelationships between stages and steps. So I've multiplied by my teaching job.
So how would you fix it?
I would use a more traditional format for indicating linear activity.
So the bigger flow chart, or
Whatever you use, I mean, you guys have been doing it as long as I have, but I just know that's twice the teaching amount of time in order to accomplish one job.
Bill and then Julia?
Yeah, having built these before for projects, built off the fundamentals of a Gantt chart, except that it is a diagram that shows a starting point, and you have things that are parallel, can end up looking like a spider web. But they're gonna come at one point, your first point decision, and then from that, it continues out. It makes it sort of out and then in and out and in. But that shows that it shouldn't be a lot of a new understanding of what's going on. I guess I'm kind of, it just, that seems very busy. This can be seen busy, but it allows you to put a bunch of steps in each one of these branches. Very difficult for me to show with my hands, but I think it simplifies a complex system.
And if
Talking about decision tree.
I haven't heard it in that, but possibly.
it's kind of what I'm visualizing.
Yeah.
And if you all have things in your head, let us get you a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And before you leave today, just sketch out, it's like, hey, this is what's in my head. That'd be great. And I will say, just for a lot of us that tend to hang out in technical or policy spaces, part of the benefit or thinking about a diagram that evokes the right kind of metaphors, you're activating people's hearts as well. So just be thinking about that. We don't want to have it be so groovy that it takes more explaining. that takes the magic out of it, but anyway, just be thinking about some of that.
I was just gonna say that, like, I am not a visual person, so this is like a gigantic leap for me to dive into, but like, and also because I appreciate and I'm really glad you didn't task the graphic designer with doing a more involved version of this, because I don't mean that sounds the worst, but I mean, it's, you're laughing, but like, what I mean is, you know, that's a lot of work, and graphic designer work is expensive, and you were trying to get just a flavor of it, but my intuition is that second one, the next one after this one, with the circles, when that was initially, no, sorry, the one with the swirly, that, yeah. It's really sorry, but from when this was described initially about how it would work, I actually feel like it doesn't require teaching because it will visually like educate you about what these different things are and how they interact with each other, and it will do so visually. So you're gonna understand not just what the thing is, and what the process is, what its name is, you'll also understand where it falls in the bigger process and how it relates to other things. And so I feel like not fully knowing what this is like with more information dropped into it and interacting with it, it feels like if it's done right, it actually is the education tool itself, you know what I mean? And especially if like, and I imagine this is for the public, it's for legislators. I guess another question would be is if this is digital. If you're talking about a process and you describe it in a top level way, you have a link to something that has a deeper explanation of what it is, that would also be magnificent, you know what I mean? And I think that most people are more visual than I am, and this would be much better than the like 75-page document that Jeff is gonna pull together, like average member of the public and legislator is not gonna interact with that, right?
Yeah.
So I think I could see this being an educational tool that doesn't require you to over-explain yourself. However, it's a little hard to tell without having a little more to work with. So, but I can imagine that it actually would be self-evident if it's created right.
Fair enough.
Sorry, like that's like my take.
The other audience, I think, for this is you all. Like, if you figure out what you needed to have to explain to your constituency, their neighbors. Jeff, you're gonna say. Oh, go ahead.
I like what Julia just said about connecting to, it really does matter the words that you put in a diagram like this. And I think that they should match section headings and section numbers in the roadmap. So that it's clear, like when we're talking about, here's your opportunities for an exit ramp. If that's what you're like dialing in on, that's what you're looking for, you can see, okay, those are the orange dots, I don't know. And here's the sections that go for that. It'll show you where to go for more information. And those words will connect, those numbers will connect. And this will just be a visual representation of those words and numbers. So and then they really meaningful, but if they're not connected or if they're somehow different, then I think it'll be more confusing.
The vision for all three of these options is kind of to have those visual cues. So the colors that are used, the icons at each stage and the words that are used would all tie back down into the document. And it'd be kind of bite snack meal. So that like if you took all the sub dots and words off of this, you could have a very high level thing that kind of made sense. You add the words and the icons in, you have a more detailed thing that makes sense. If you really want to get into detail, you could read the document. I see Rick.
Yeah, tribes consulted as the second to the last dot is problematic. Tribes should be consulted right away. That should be the second dot.
Fair enough. Rick.
I mean, I think what you're saying is they have been consulted and you've determined their interests are protected, but it's, I don't know, maybe that's not what you're saying.
No. These, Jeff said at the kind of the beginning, these are in no particular order. They all need to happen.
Okay.
But when you have a linear kind of approach that's simpler to understand, your brain does go from left to right. Yeah, how did you know we weren't going from right to left on this one? And tribes were just the second one.
Because you had the welcome from the state on the
maybe that was the last step. Anyway, all I'm yeah, I'm getting punchy too. I apologize, Rick. But
No, okay. I guess I wasn't following that. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally cool. But I think on all of this, like you could just have all those dots in a circular jumble that might be more accurate, but might be harder to comprehend. So, at any rate,
Yeah,
go ahead,
that was
Jeff.
actually the question I was gonna ask is if we took the satchel metaphor and put all those dots inside the circle in the middle. And you had some ongoing streams that go through, that you need to have all these things in your satchel before you go through, but I don't know. To play with. Because I agree with the point that some of these things have to be happening concurrently. They all need to be done before you pass through a gate, and the order you do them in. Maybe some of them matter, but probably a lot of them don't also. They just all need to be done at different phases.
Yeah.
Well, there's some narrative that can be involved in this document too, like you can literally say something along those lines. At the top, there's also gonna be a definition of terms, I'm sure there's gonna be a key for what the colors mean. So I think there is some amount of narrative that can happen that will hopefully deal with that, but I also agree with Rick, like absolutely making sure that we're in no way minimizing, like, you know, government to government consultation, obviously, yeah.
And coming back to the original impetus of all this, it came from our November discussion of can we identify waypoints along a path that is the right path?
Right.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that one waypoint leads to the next. And so maybe our fundamental metaphor is a little flawed, but that was where we started from.
And, well, just real quick, John, and I would point people back to the request for feedback on the diagrams themselves. So like words, order, kind of the guts of the stuff. We do still really need feedback on those points. This is just kind of the graphical representation of it. So John, and then Trevor, I see your hand up, and then Jason.
I just have this bit of a backyard motorcycle mechanic mentality operating, and I look at this diagram. And I realize this is all static, but I keep thinking that I'm seeing moving parts. And I'm wondering, is the blue stuff, is that oil? And is there a worn bearing there in the middle and too much of that? So there's just so many moving parts in this thing for me that I just tend to get lost in what the information is that is meant to be conveyed to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm too busy trying to figure out how all the parts work together and what the various relationships are. So I'm not saying that this, I like it's kind of a groovy, curvy design. I like that, but I feel that I spend too much time trying to figure out how it all fits together and that I'm missing the message in the process.
That you might be trying, there's so much going on, you might be trying to assign meaning where
meaning
there's
doesn't exist, yeah.
Trevor, what do you got?
I'm raising my hand for Jenny again. Go ahead, Jenny.
So I wanted to echo two comments that appear opposing. So Gantt charts are great when the path is really well defined, in particular the order is really well defined. And for paths this long, they're very clunky. And so what I wanted to suggest is that not only does this top level picture show in an intuitive way that there's an organic process with feedback loops within it, that if you drill down, at some point in here, timelines will be a critical part of the process. And so at that drill down, you could perhaps use Gantt charts better than a curvy line like this. But in this top level view, having the 5 basic areas with these kind of lines that suggest flow back is an intuitive way for people to understand what the process is going to be like, in my opinion. I would like to see each color in the upper right have the name. So I would like to see leasing in the dot and the other single word things in the upper right. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, and there's motifs and themes you could use at one level and then tease it apart as you get down. Jason, I'm gonna give you last word on the graphics, and then we're gonna go kind of to next steps here.
Sure. Well, real briefly, I think that we have the opportunity here to craft more than one approach to relating the information. What I think may be viable here is for us to produce a traditional Gantt chart, which is very linear, but the process is clear to a certain extent what happens. We know this is a function of law and regulation, and it gives us the opportunity to put our recommendations for when aspects of that happen and for how long. So, for example, tribal consultation is one of those things that would show up at the very top and go all the way through to final decision making. Whereas other things are discrete and happen later in the process and are one and done process. All of that can be revealed in the Gantt chart and do so in a clear manner. And I think that having a multi-page flow diagram, I'm calling this a flow diagram for lack of a better term, makes a lot of sense. And for those who spend the time to consider that and look at the nomenclature and the colors and understanding the nuances of cycling and decision making, it's a very viable tool. So I would encourage you all to continue doing what you're doing, developing more than one way to reveal the information. One might be a single page Gantt chart that has everything in one page, and then you might have a 3-page flow chart that reveals the nuance and gives something folks could stare at for a little while and really derive a better understanding of process in the process.
Great, thanks, Jason.
Well, Jason, I was actually thinking for June, when I have to talk about the permitting process, I might try and see if I can make it look like a Gantt chart, because it is a little more formal.
Absolutely.
I'll play with it and see if I can get there.
So just FYI, if you go back to POET's website, we have resources from the early days of wave energy where we had very good companies, consultants put together Gantt charts for the permitting process for marine energy. And they really fleshed that out nicely. It's 10 years old now, and it's not obviously a one-to-one for offshore wind, but it's very close. And it may give you a starting place for the full litany of laws and regulations that would apply.
That was in my thesis defense presentation, Jason. I remember those. I'll go find them again. Thank you.
Hey, even bonus points, Jason. You got them in editable format that you can license to the state.
The state technically owns them. OET was funded by Business Oregon. Anything that we did under the OET brand, it's the state's.
All right, sounds good. All right, let me stop sharing. Jeff, let's talk next steps here in the next couple of minutes so we can get folks over to the beach or home or wherever they need to go next.
All right. So what we've talked about doing is sending out to the entire group the Word document version of the document we all spent time on today. To invite you, if you have more specific comments, if you want to mark it up, comment the heck out of it, please use track changes and get that back to us. We can then consolidate the feedback that we get and bring to June. Here were the friction points, or here were some of the main findings. I wouldn't pledge to give you a whole new document by June, because can't, but we could at least have, if we had your feedback, some sort of synthesis and analysis of it. So tomorrow, can send you out that Word document. I ask you to focus on chapters 2, 3, and 5. So principles and future scenarios, the wavy diagram, which feeds into what we just talked about. And section 5 is those strategies and actions. And we would ask for you to take until like June 3rd-ish. I don't know what day of the week that actually is. We'll give you an actual date. We'll give you a few weeks and hope and ask that you can spend some time. And that'd give us a little bit of time to really send it to them.
And it also send in new diagrams as well. Just.
Yeah, we can send those, those images just to have in your minds. And then for the June meeting, rather than do another one of just like deep diving on the document like this, well, let's go back to some topics. Let's talk about some of the places where there are some acknowledgements. One of them we've already heard about is the permitting process that we can hang on engagement, exit ramps to that conversation. We'd like to have a conversation about the workforce aspects of this. It's a topic we haven't talked much about. And so we'd like to work with some of our labor members to help us design a good topic there. A couple of other topics we could talk about would be, I've got some really basic stuff around the fishing topic, but I could try to flesh that out a bit and we could try to have that conversation, recognizing that I'm also reaching out to the fishing community, commodity commissions. And so there'd be a few different conversations happening, but at least to daylight it here. There was also a request in chat and some conversation earlier, and it's in the document as well, talking about the shoreside aspects of offshore. Throughout the process, I've heard we need to be thinking about how this affects our estuaries, what our port development piece could be. You know, there's some piece of section 5 that deals with that, but maybe we could give that a little bit of time as well. I think the dilemmas question personally is probably worth some extra discussion. But those were some ideas I think.
No, I think if folks have priorities for us to queue up for the agenda. To Ramfis's point of help us design that agenda, please let us know on your way out today. And then for folks online too, if you want to just drop into chat, if there's particular agenda items you want to make sure we cover for June, that'd be great. Any questions on what Jeff articulated in terms of next steps? Okay. Let me just share my screen here real quick. If I can get it up. So let's go ahead and just check in for public comment real quick. Just as a reminder, the QR code, the question box is always open. Jeff and the Oregon Consensus team takes a look at those. So feel free to just submit any ideas that you have in question box at any time. Any additional public comment that folks would like to provide? Yeah, Michelle? Okay. So we'll have Michelle up and then Trevor, if you could just help me watch chat to see if anybody lets me know in your chat that they're interested as well. So Michelle.
Okay, so while the draft roadmap outlines strong high-level goals, several objectives and strategies need strengthening to ensure the study delivers on its promise of coordinated development. So objective 5.1, the roadmap must improve how public input is integrated. I think the comments should not disappear into the black box, and I recommend publishing regular summaries of feedback that FAQs were mentioned as a clearly documented process for out insights to shape our decisions. And in-person engagement should go beyond town hall. Using small group workshops or instruction of what kind of feedback is needed, note-taking and feedback loops. Partner with local groups to co-host informal community workshops prior to the formal review period, and provide small grants to support. Coordinate with Sea Grant and other science-based organizations to support more information sharing and informed decision-making, and let people know how and when that's happening. Targeted outreach and notice for public meetings, leveraging local radio, invite journalists who cover the whole process, and our staff, the internal skills to be fulfilling a reporter role who's dedicated to external communication and community public engagement and information sharing. So creating those recorded interviews or short informal PSA about the process and repeating those methods and info that need to be repeated for our newcomers, and continue to orient people to the processes and timelines wherever it is possible. And 5.1.2, engagement tracks must be both fine. And there should be options for both formal engagement consultation and shared travel roundtables. It's a both and. And I think that's been echoed. Proper staffing is essential to sustain respectful and ongoing dialogue in the process. And that's 5.2, supporting coastal and regional communities. Our communities need more than outreach, they need consistent hands-on partnership. Utilizing a community liaison approach that's modeled after public health navigators. These liaisons would help communities navigate permitting benefits and investments, especially in smaller under-resourced places. During the pandemic, while there was significant confusion and Curry County didn't have a local public health agency, the navigator role was critical in supporting local nonprofits becoming coordinated care organizations. It enabled new funding and resources to come to. As mentioned by others in this discussion today, we also need accountability mechanisms over the lifespan of the projects from permitting through the decommissioning. And 5.5, with focuses on tribal cultural protections, again, currently doesn't have any strategies. It's a major gap. And while I recognize that you're engaging through a tribal table and will continue to build this out, at minimum, this objective should include tribal land review boards, protections for data sovereignty, and enforceable protocols for free, prior, and informed consent. And finally, the 5.7, the roadmap references market signals but lacks financial tools. So I would add a strategy that defines state level financing and incentive mechanisms, like clean energy funds or power purchasing grants that are tied to affordability and local reinvestment. And clarifying how revenue for boosting and for development will flow to state and local government, and include a strategy that builds a permitting coordination toolkit so local governments are left struggling.
Right. All right, Trevor. Anybody indicating they'd like to chat?
Nothing online.
Anybody else interested in providing a public comment? Okay. Well, y'all, thank you. Give yourselves big pats on the back. We worked a lot today. Congratulations and thank you. Deep appreciation. For folks online that were kind of new to the roundtable process, folks who joined us from the public, Lynn, all welcome. It was really good to have you all here. You all added just a ton to the day today, so appreciate that. Thank you to our folks from the catering. The food was amazing. And to our friends at Southwest Oregon Community College for hosting us here today. Stand by for more information from us. Jeff, in terms of organizing it, was it Harris Beach?
Or Lone Ranch is just a half mile up the road.
How about Harris? Oh, Harris. So if folks are interested, give us about half an hour to break the room down and clean out and stuff. But anybody's interested who wants to kind of stick around and chat in the parking lot, we can organize just a carpool literally almost across the street. It's not safe to walk across the highway, but we'll drive over to Harris Beach, which is one of the visual spots that Paul simulated. Just to hang out. There's no program. It's just to go to the beach. If not, enjoy your evening. And you'll see me kind of hanging out at 5:30 right over here. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
They're visual metaphors. Stretching.
Yeah, I hear you, Mandy.
I said beautiful transcript and it brought it up on the side, like where chat would be. And I said, save, so I'll save that. I'm gonna have to send the video probably to communications and have them upload it to the Dropbox or whatever that they have to, make it small enough to send you guys. So.
Great. Fantastic. Yes. Thanks for doing that. And when you send it over, put me on that as well as Sophia.
Okay.